Good morning. Today is Monday, May 13th, 2024, and we are doing another episode of Pre-Workout Chat. Just a little bit different today because I have some coffee. Uh, so for my coffee, I use this oat milk creamer, and it has like this oat milk cookie flavor. Delicious. Every tablespoon is about 5 grams of carbs, and so I put about 4 tablespoons in there. So it has like about 20 grams of carbs, and I put a tablespoon of honey. So that this coffee is about, I would say, somewhere between 20 to 30 carbs. I try to keep my diet like less than 50 carbs. Just to stay within that kind of keto range. But I really don't care. As long as my diet is like 2,000 calories, I really don't care if it goes a little bit over on the carbs. But I try to be conscious of it because I still try to stick to, because I would like to still have those benefits from a carnivore kind of keto type of diet. But yeah, that's an alternative drink that I take instead of the pre-workout. I only like taking the pre-workout on days that I'm going to lift weight. Today is, I like to think of today as a day of healing and rest. So I will be doing cardio later on, and hopefully that cardio helps reduce the inflammation that's in the body and helps accelerate the healing. I still blast my body with the nutrients, so I still take all the vitamins. I take the creatine. For the creatine, what I like to do is I like to mix the creatine and some electrolytes inside of a shaker cup, and I like to sip on that during my cardio, and keeps the body hydrated. It gets that creatine in the system, and I want that creatine to be in an active system, a system that is burning and stuff like that. Now, what I also like to do is I also like to at least eat a breakfast before I get into it, because I like to have some fuel in the stomach before I do cardio. And I don't do like a hard cardio. I just do like a nice steady state cardio. Like I watch a YouTube video. I actually, when I'm doing cardio, I also like to watch on YouTube. I like to watch like the walking videos and stuff like that, because it helps me get into the scene where I feel like I'm jogging in the city and stuff like that. And it's cool. It's just like a little quirk that I have. So it's a little quirk that I have. So anyway, for today's pre-workout chat, I thought I'd do a little something different. I am going to do a reaction to a Jubilee video where it talks about, the title of the video is being fat a choice? Fit men versus fat men. And in the video, I've already watched it before. It's a long video, so we're not going to cover everything in there, but there were a few things that kind of popped up in the beginning of the video that kind of like, it kind of triggered me. I am obese. I'm 34 years old. I have been obese pretty much most of my life. I would say that I became overweight as a child around the age of somewhere between the ages of 10 and 13. And I remember it only because at the time there used to be this potato chip that came out that was called Ruffles Buffalo Barbecue Wing Potato Chip. And it had like this spicy but tangy type of flavor. I absolutely loved that chip when I was a child. And I spent all of my allowance getting that potato chip. I was so obsessed with that potato chip. And if you ever came into my room, you probably saw little potato chip bags littering the floor. So that's pretty much when I consciously knew that I was well, I didn't know I was overweight, but I became self-aware of when my body was getting probably bigger than what it should be. So somewhere between the ages of 10 and 13, because around that range is when I hit puberty. And at that point is when I was basically close to, well, I was probably like in eighth grade. And when I was in eighth grade, basically right before high school, that's, well, seventh and eighth grade. So the seventh and eighth grade is when I fully came to understand that I am fat. So basically during the puberty years is when I realized I was fat. Now there were some indications, there were some things that popped up in my childhood where kids made fun of me, but you know, it's like you're a kid, you really don't really, it really doesn't hit you like it does being a older person. Um, it really doesn't hit you like that. So, you know, it is what it is. So I've been um consciously aware that I am fat for a very long time. I've been fat a very long time. I have started up many attempts to lose the weight. There's been a few times where I actually came really close to losing the weight. The first time that I actually came close to losing the weight was in high school when I used to be on the boys varsity swim team. At that time I hadn't fully grown yet, but I was around 6 feet tall, and I was around 228 pounds. So had I just lost like 28 more pounds, I would have been at my ideal weight, which is around 200 pounds. Uh, so that was like the first time that I almost got in shape. The second time that I almost got in shape was in the year 2009. It was while I was attending the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. I was enrolled into Army ROTC. I had been training with my squad since October of 2008. So basically, it was towards the end of the term. I was pretty much rocking. Like I had got down to, because at the time I was all the way up to like 295, and then I had went down to like 270. I might have been like actually less than that. I might have actually got down to the 260 range. I didn't weigh myself like that all the time. But I was feeling great. I was actually getting pretty big. I was getting very muscular. So while I was very slowly losing the weight because I was eating enough to get those newbie gains and basically feed my muscles and have enough energy for recovery and to do the strenuous workouts and runs that I used to go on. It was a very good time. So that was the second time that I had almost got into shape. The third time that I almost got into shape it wasn't really consciously. Essentially, I flunked out of U of I. I was dealing with a lot of stuff when I first started. My mom passed away literally the day that I went down to University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. It was a very traumatic experience for me. And I just wasn't there consciously. You know, I just wasn't prepared for that level of education. In high school, things came pretty easy to me, and I often just memorize stuff to short-term memory, and that's how I kind of like aced high school. So I was never really challenged academically when I was young, and I think that also kind of played a part into it. So when I actually came to a facility like a college where I actually have to study and stuff like that, I really wasn't prepared. But you know, to kind of counterbalance that, the first few classes at U of I, they purposely had designed them to flunk people. They literally tell you when you go there, they literally say this class is designed to flunk you. It's like their way of weeding out the strong from the weak minded. And yeah, so it was because let me see, I was taking calculus, I was taking Chem 1, and just say the volume of work that you had to do, and I was also taking rhetoric. So all that work that I did, it basically just ate at your time, because you're basically rewriting an entire science manual and stuff like that. You're rewriting the entire science experiment. You're doing so many different calculus problems and stuff like that. But now I will say, if you actually did the problems and stuff like that and paid attention to it, it really does help you understand the concept more. So, I mean, while they say it's designed to flunk you, it's also at the same time designed to condition you to learning how to study. It conditions you to getting used to the type of volume of work that you're going to be doing going forward, specifically, especially when you get towards your later years. So I'm not going to really hate on them for that. It's just that I came into the program in a emotional state. And I will say, being obese and stuff like that, I haven't really learned how to properly control my emotions and stuff like that. Growing up as a young man, I've grown up in a pretty soft world, and good times make weak men. I think that's how the saying goes. I think it's bad times make strong men, and strong men make good times, and good times make weak men. It's something like that. I think I'm enjoying the coffee just a little bit too much, so I'm definitely going to dial back the amount of creamer that I put in there. And that's one of the things that I kind of learned, just to make sure to tell if you are overeating something, because you got to do them with each part, because you eat multiple meals. Losing weight is, about suffering and pain. Okay. To get fat, you indulged in pleasures, right? You're constantly eating and stuff like that. So that's a pleasurable activity. So you've been eating all these sweets and junk like that, all that pleasure. To counteract that pleasure, it comes with suffering and pain. So so one of the things that I've learned to tell, and this is just like a little tip, one of the things I kind of learned to tell if I am overeating is how much I enjoyed the meal. And since this coffee is kind of hitting my sweet tooth, it's in a more satisfying way, that's how I know I put too much creamer in this. So I'm definitely going to dial back. Instead of putting 4, I'll cut it down to 2. And that should counteract everything. It's either cut it down to 2 or don't include the honey. And I like the health effects of honey. So I think I'll keep my honey, and I'll just reduce the creamer down to like about 2 tablespoons. So we got to have a little bit of suffering with the meals and stuff like that. I'm not saying that your meals got to be disgusting, but if it absolutely satiates you in the way that you're used to being satiated, you know what I'm saying? Like think about when you ate an entire pizza, or when you ate birthday cake and ice cream, and you had a big old dinner and stuff like that. Think about that. If it satiates you that way, you're probably overeating. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's the same thing. So you'll be going like, oh, well, this coffee probably only has like, I don't know, like 50 calories with the creamer, the honey. It has like less than 100 calories. I know that. But you're probably thinking, should a cup of coffee have 100 calories? I don't think so. I think like a cup of coffee with the sweeteners, and I'm not adverse to taking stuff like Truvia, little sweeteners, artificial sweeteners that doesn't have any calories. I'm not adverse to that. In fact, I'll probably get some Truvia for other things, but I don't think a cup of coffee should be about 100 calories. I think a cup of coffee should be no more than 50 calories, and that's how you could tell that this is probably over the limit. You know what I'm saying? I think you should probably like plan out your meals and think about how much calories you should have for that meal. Now, there's different types of satiation. Like, for example, when you eat like a lot of meat, it makes you feel full in a different way. I can tell you from being obese, getting full off of eating a pizza versus being full off of eating meat. You can really pack that pizza in. You can't pack all that meat in. Pause. There comes a point where you're eating meat where you absolutely don't want to eat the meat no more, right? And it's not because your stomach hurts. With pizza or like eating junk food and stuff like that, you could keep on eating it and you could keep on eating it, and later on you feel like you could eat it some more. It's completely two different types of satiations. So I hope that makes sense. So anyway, back on topic. I have been obese all my life. I have absolutely experienced the negativities that come with being obese. Now, I understand everybody has different experiences. So I'm talking from where I'm coming from is I'm coming from the perspective of being an obese man. Okay, that's going to be a lot different than being an obese woman. And that's only because both men and women, we live different lives. We are not the same. Society does not treat us the same. Just for example, society wants to send a brutal message to men who do bad things. So when men like myself, if we, I don't know, maybe get into a fight over an argument, even if it's in our own home and we're fighting another man. I'm not talking about hitting a woman. I'm talking about just fighting another man. And I'm actually speaking from perspective, right? When I go to jail and when I'm put before the judge is going to essentially deny me any type of bond. It will not deny me a bond, but they'll set my bond like pretty high. In Chicago, we used to have like these I bonds, which pretty much just let you go scot-free. They're not going to give me an I bond. They're going to put me in the county, and they're going to set my court date like 6 months down the line. So if I do not bail myself out, or if somebody does not bail me out, I will be in the county jail for 6 months, and I'm only speaking for actual experience. It was like kind of after Thanksgiving. No. It was before Thanksgiving, I think. Yeah, it was before Thanksgiving. And I got into a fight with my little brother because, back when my mom passed away, and this was like in 2008, when my mom passed away, I performed CPR. And my little brother, he was just basically kind of just standing there because pause. Well, thankfully, he kind of alerted everybody of what was happening with my mom. But he was just kind of like petrified with fear. I actively performed CPR on my mom. I don't think my CPR was actually effective, to be honest. I've actually been trained in CPR, but I don't think my CPR was effective because I think my mom had like a clog or something right there. But the paramedics went ahead and lied to us and said, "Oh yeah, it worked," or something like that. I understand why they lied, but it was a lie at the end of the day because we actually got the facts later on. So I failed. I failed to resuscitate my mother. The paramedics did get her heart started back up when they came, but it didn't really last too long, and she passed away. So fast forward to 2015, November, the subject came back up, and my little brother said that I did nothing, and that absolutely triggered the hell out of me because unlike my siblings, I actually performed CPR. I actually tried to bring my mother back. So it would be like for one of them to say that I did not and that I just stood there, which is what they did. I'm going you're projecting onto me what you did. And so that set me off, and I got into a fight with my little brother. My sisters, I guess because they were on the phone or something like that, so they heard us fighting, and my little sister Shania, she called the cops, and the cops came. And even though me and my little brother said that we weren't pressing charges or anything like that, the cops decided that one of us had to go to jail because that's the Chicago way or something, whatever, blah 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 crap that they came up with. When you call us, and like I didn't call you. When you call us, somebody got to go to jail. Yeah, and just to let you know, like, it was a horrible experience. The cops actually had kicked one of the wires that was connected to my PS4, and so my PS4 hit the ground. So yeah, they broke my PS4. They were coming at us because, like, in the house that me and my little brother was staying in, we didn't really have that much furniture and stuff like that. So they were like coming at us about that. Like they're absolutely making fun of us and stuff like that. It's like I didn't understand, like, why. It's like why are you being belligerent? And we were being absolutely respectful and stuff like that. Here's the thing, and the police officers were scared of two young men. It was literally 5 police officers inside of our house, and they literally unfastened their guns. And I understand you're on the south side of Chicago, but you're not in one of the really messed up neighborhoods. Any one of you can run a background on my brother or I, and you will see that we're not in the system. So there's nothing on record to show that we have a history of violence. Also, I'm a fat dude. It's like, what all am I going to do to you? You have 5 people. But anyway, it was a bad experience, and I insisted because I slammed my brother against the wall, and I just assumed that his head hit the wall. So I'm just going like, oh, I hope he doesn't have a concussion or anything like that. So I insisted that the police, take him to the hospital and stuff like that, so that they can make sure that he doesn't have a concussion or anything like that. Because I really didn't know how that works. So, and they took him to the hospital to check for a concussion. And even though he didn't want to go to the hospital, and they took me to jail, even though I didn't want to go to jail. So, when they brought me to jail, the judge, with her infinite wisdom, she decided that, I don't know, I guess you need to teach me a lesson, teach men a lesson or something like that, whatever her stick was. So she decided that she's going to set my bond where I needed to basically come up with like $500 for the bond. And really how it works is somebody has to come bond you out. So, if somebody never came to bond me out, my dad had came to bond me out, I would have been in the county jail for I think it was 6 to 8 months is where they would have had me in jail for 6 to 8 months. Now let's counterbalance that. A woman suffocated her child, and they let her go out of jail. Men and women, we do not exist, and we do not play by the same set of rules. Society treats us differently. Society treats women on a pedestal, and society throws men in the dirt, and they rub our face into the dirt. When the body positivity stuff started, that was targeted towards females. That was not targeted towards males. Okay? And the body positivity, what it was truly about at its core was it wanted attractive men. Okay? Not men in total. It wanted attractive men. Men who are in like the top 15%. You know what I'm saying? It wanted men with a little bit of money in their pocket, men who are attractive. It basically wanted to try to force them to lower their standards to see obese women as beautiful. Unfortunately, this body positivity never really extended towards men. So for the most case, if you were an obese, fat man like myself, if you had some flaws with your body, you were still seen as, for lack of a better word, absolute garbage. I don't want to curse. You were seen as absolute garbage. I know because that's what I've gone through. You see, I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I'm a kind of diehard romantic. And for most of my life, I was like pretty blue pilled. So I was pretty much Democrat. I basically drank the Kool-Aid like full hardy. So where I'm coming from in my experiences is coming from the so-called good side. It's coming from the socially accepted side. It's coming from how I was raised was how women believe that they wanted men to treat them. That's how I was raised. I was not raised to be toxically masculine or any stuff like that. I was raised how women thought they wanted men to be. I was supposed to be a woman's ideal man, but unfortunately, women ideal men are not socially acceptable because what women say they want versus what women actually want are two different things. What men say they want versus what men end up getting are also two different things. Like what we really want is not socially acceptable, and what we end up getting is something that we settled for. And that's typically how that works. So, it took a long time. Being when I graduated high school, I mean high school already taught me some things, but when I graduated high school and I actually came into the real world, I was basically just dragged through the mud. And when I look back at my past experiences and I watched this Jubilee video, it triggered the hell out of me. It made me angry. And if you saw the little rant that I had yesterday at the end of my workout, at the end of my PM workout, you will see what I'm talking about. Because that's all I just kept on talking about was this stupid Jubilee video where you had a bunch of disingenuous fat men trying to pretend obesity is that being fat is a choice. That being fat is not a choice. That obesity is attractive and all that crap. It's like, oh my God, you guys still are drinking the Kool-Aid. It's like you guys are still living in denial. I mean, there was a few. There was like out of all the fat guys, there was only one who was realistic. It was the guy with dreads. He was not as crazy as the other fat dudes. But when you watch the Jubilee video and you see the fat men versus the fit men, you'll notice that the fit men are more masculine and the fat men are more feminized. You'll notice that the fat men typically are more emotional. And if you especially pay attention to the one in green, because he's going to be the most triggered out of all of them. And I will say the most delusional out of all of them as well. The fat gay dude, he's going to be, he's the one with the comb over. He's going to be more passive with this, but he's going to have Kool-Aid, watered down Kool-Aid response. And the giant dad bod guy who, you know, has a more attractive face from a female's perspective, right? He's going to be the most disingenuous because everything he says is to divert the conversation. Like, he'll take a topic and he will alter the purpose of that topic to serve whatever his needs are, to try to basically pull a fast one. And what I mean is this: if you say, women are not attractive to fat dudes in general, well, he'll say, well, I get, my inbox is filled with women who love guys who are, big and stuff like that. And it's like, first off, that's very disingenuous. You're 6 feet 5 inches tall. You are literally a freaking giant. You're also on the cover of magazines, so you have clout. The rest of us do not have those privileges and genetic gifts. Most men are like less than 5'11". You know what I'm saying? Most men are like less than 5'11". Most men are not attractive in the face. Like I would consider this to be maybe like a 2 or a 3, out of 10. I really wouldn't consider this to be something like a 7 or an 8, something that could get on top of a magazine. And this guy, he was on magazine, so he'll create these disingenuous statements, and he'll try to divert the topic, and he'll try to alter it to fit his whims and stuff like that, to fit his message. So anyway, let's get to the video.
Being in a fat body and being in the public space encourages obesity?
Yes. Shame is what led me to an eating disorder. When what we're looking for is stability.
It's your fault. It's an professional victim.
Would you agree, like, looking at his physique, like, he's at a perfectly, I would say, maybe healthy?
No. He's definitely overweight, definitely obese. My name is John. I host a Radical Empathy podcast. I used to direct episodes of Middle Ground, but I'll now be moderating today's discussion between jacked men and fat men. Our first prompt is, I have felt disgusted looking at a fat body. Can our agreeers please step forward? Whoever feels compelled to start us off.
Well, it's unacceptable to be fat.
Now, for the first topic, feeling disgusted looking at a fat body. I think all people are designed to look at a fat body and when I say a fat body, I'm not talking about like slightly overweight. I'm not talking about like dad bod. I'm talking about absolutely morbidly obese. I'm talking about you are in a hover round chair type of obesity. I'm talking about you'll be lucky if you hit your 30s obesity. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about you are so big that you end up getting limbs cut off because of diabetes type of obesity. That is unhealthy. And I think it's just a normal human characteristic to not see that as healthy. Again, you will look at this topic and you go like, that's mean or something, but it's not really mean, right? People have natural triggers built into their mind. You have like this kind of, think of it as a lizard brain. This part of your brain has not changed for a millennia. It is still the same prehistoric brain and programming that has been around since the beginning, since we actually entered this Homo sapien state. People keep saying the brain evolves faster, but that is not true. Only parts of the brain has evolved, and those are the parts that are associated with learning, because those are the parts that commonly get the stressors. In terms of your attraction, what you are sexually attracted to, that part of your brain is not part of the learning part of your brain. that is still in the areas that have not evolved. That's why, generally speaking, women will be attracted to what? They'll be attracted to tall men. They'll be attracted to men who have a better build to them. They are going to be attracted to men who look like they can acquire resources, and that's what these physical traits represent. If you are a tall, strongly built man, and I'm not talking about like scrawny, right? Because scrawny, your probably means that you're starving. I'm talking about you got some meat to you, you got some muscles to you. You know, you look like you can hurt somebody, right? That ability to hurt somebody is an attraction trigger for females because that means that man can protect them. Okay, that part of the brain will not change. It will not change in 10 years, nor will it change in 100 years. That part of the brain will not change even in 1,000 years. It's going to be what it is. So it's natural for people to look at somebody who's morbidly obese and feel a cringe of disgust. To say otherwise is a lie, and it is absolute delusion. And I have the video sped up because I'm not trying to watch all of this.
That's a great start. I mean, I know you say that, but it's one of those things where, do you know why you're saying that?
Yes, because I've been fat before and I lost weight.
Well, me too. I've been fat my whole life. I've been way skinnier than I am now, and I've been way heavier than I am now. Was I less valuable at one point than that?
Well, I mean, you can make an argument that you.
So this is what I was talking about. So if you see
I'm way heavier than I am now.
if you see this guy, is the topic is, have you felt disgust looking at a fat body? People cannot control their feelings. As I was stating before, you still have these prehistoric programming in your brain that you cannot get rid of. They will not go because they have no reason to evolve. The learning parts of your brain, the parts of your brain that's responsible for memory, the parts of your brain that's responsible for basically enabling you to adapt to your environment. Those parts of your brain are the parts of your brain that evolves. The rest of your brain does not evolve. So you have these prehistoric programming in the back of your mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, think about this. Shout out to Walter from Fresh and Fit. Think about this. How do you feel when you look at a dead body? You see a dead body. How do you feel? When you look at a dead body, you might feel a little bit of fear. You might feel a little bit of disgust, especially if that body was greatly mutilated, right? And there's a reason for that. We as humans are not really cannibalistic by nature. So when we see one of our own greatly mutilated, we have this cringe of disgust. When we see one of our own dead, we have this cringe of disgust. And that's basically to stop us from wanting to get a free meal, right? If you see a dead deer, right? Or you see like, when you see like dead animals and stuff like that, that right there is an easy meal, especially when you're like, because remember, we're omnivores, so we have these pre-built programs. However, there's a point, because we since our gut is not as advanced as other animals, there's a point where if we start smelling a little bit of rot, we no longer have that desire to eat that carcass, because that smell of that, a little smell of that rot lets us know, we get this kind of disgust feeling, and that let us know, do not eat that. So that's what those feelings are there for. You know, this is just evolutionary science. This is just basic psychology and evolutionary science. So we have these pre-built functions. This in the topic it says, I felt disgust looking at a body. You cannot help at a fat body. You cannot help feeling disgust at anything. Some people are going to be okay with it. Some people are not going to be okay with it. You cannot dictate people's feelings. That's like saying a person who is gay, should they be able to control how they feel about dating the same sex? Is being gay a choice, or is being gay just part of who that person is fundamentally? It is something deeper in them. I am of the fraction where I believe people who are gay are essentially born gay, and that's who they are as a person. I do not believe that you have a choice in what you are attracted to. And it's the same thing for feeling disgust. You don't have a choice in how you feel when you look at something, right? Now, you could train yourself to mitigate or essentially neglect that feelings. Like, for example, somebody who works with corpse. In the beginning, it was probably horrible and it's very sickening, and they felt disgust, right? But over time, because they kept getting exposed to it, they became more numb. And they became more numb towards those feelings of disgust or fear and stuff like that. And eventually it came to the point where they could eat a ham sandwich around a corpse and stuff like that. It takes time for you to build that. And it's the same thing with being fat. You can't help how you feel. If somebody legitimately feels disgust when they look at a fat body, or they feel concern when they look at a fat body, that's something they can't control. And so that's why I don't like this dude. This dude is a very disingenuous guy, because he's tried to push the conversation about a person's worth. You know what I'm saying? In society, people are essentially equal to one another, right? That's how we're supposed to be as a society. This guy tried to conflate another person's feelings about seeing a fat person to how that person values, or rather how society should value that person's worth. You see why I said this guy right here, he's very disingenuous in this conversation, and I absolutely do not like him.
Was I less valuable at one point in there? Well, I mean, you can make an argument that you're less valuable when you're fatter because you're getting resources, but that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, I mean, in general, being fat is unacceptable because you control every single morsel of food that goes into your mouth. Okay. It shows a lack of discipline, it shows a lack of character, it shows a lack of temperance, and when you're fat, it's an outward manifestation of your inadequacies.
When I see somebody who's 500 or 600 pounds, all I can think of is, why do they care so little about their health that they can do this, allow themselves to gain that much weight, knowing it's taken 20, 30, 40 years off their life? I just can't imagine not wanting to live that badly.
I understand that. No, it's I've definitely felt disgusted looking at my own body and looking at other fat bodies in my life. A lot of the disgust I felt looking at people was me feeling disgusted with myself, and then projecting that feeling onto other people. And I don't think anyone on either side will disagree that health is important. I know that my own mental health was way worse when I was spending every fixate of my life trying to get smaller and trying to be thinner.
I don't think there's anyone that can look at somebody 500, 600, 700 pounds and not think, wow, what have they done? And not be disgusted. Like, how can you not? I just can't understand.
You can't assume
Nobody
that
thinks
everyone
that.
has the same opinion, though, because unfortunately, some people have emotional stuff that happened, traumatic stuff that's happened, so you can't discount and just say, oh, because of that.
Google, man. Like, there's way worse stuff going on in the world.
Absolutely.
People say, oh my god, I'm sad, I'm going to eat some ice cream. It's like, no, dude, it's like, you're fat, you made that decision, you live in the best country ever. If you live in a civilized, first world country where you have electricity, internet power, etc., you deserve to be bullied. It's ridiculous to me that we have all these fat people running around, meanwhile people are being bombed in Gaza. It's ridiculous. We are so privileged here in the United States and in the West in general. When I see a fat person, I'm like, wow, you got the gift of life, you got the gift of being in a developed country, and you're a fat POS talking about body positivity on TikTok? What the hell is
But
going
not
on?
even segmenting, though, because not everyone thinks like that.
No, we change.
Okay, now that's another point. I live in the United States of America. I live in a first world developed country, though some parts of it really needs some better development. Infrastructure, politicians, infrastructure. People have gotten so spoiled by how much men have basically conquered this world. We have conquered this world. We have civilized this world. We have introduced technology into this world to make our lives easier. And because of all of these great things that men have done for the human race. I'm not saying that the stuff that we have done have been beneficial towards other species on this planet. As you know, some of the things that we have done have led to other species becoming extinct or being close to being extinct. But that's how it is for us as organisms. We are going to focus on ourselves. We are going to focus on making things easier for our own species. And that's how we function. That is a natural proclivity for any organism. With that being said, because humans are so good at thinking and learning and adapting, we have been able to create technology, and this technology has enabled us to create a society that's far easier for us than it is for other organisms. And because of that, we often forget how hard it is surviving in nature alone. We have forgotten why it is that human beings originally used to have so many children. We used to have way more than 6 children. People were pumping out like 10 kids, and that's because most of those children died. Most of those children died. Starvation, disease, they hit their head. Most people died. Predators, people died. It takes a bunch of men armed with weapons, pointy sticks, rocks. It takes a lot of us just to take down a bear. And in the process of taking down that bear, it is pretty much guaranteed 1/3 of us is going to die. 1/3 of us is going to sustain some type of injury that's probably going to lead to death. And 1/3 of us is probably going to make it out with just a few little scratches. And that's about it. That's how it's going to go when we want to face something like a bear. Okay? That's how it is in nature. Humans die. We do not have tough skin. We do not have something like a turtle shell. We are very sustainable to injuries. But people forget this, and people think, I didn't get the coffee that I wanted. Everything is so unfair. The world is so terrible. Blah, blah, blah this and blah, blah, blah that. Misogyny and all that crap. Oh, look, they don't want to hire me or something like that. People whine about crap that doesn't really matter. People whine about crap that really don't exist in nature. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they canceled my favorite series and stuff like that. Oh, these politicians this and these politicians that. Blah, 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 taxes. That stuff don't exist in nature. Okay? People are very soft when it comes to the world. It is very hard. It is very cruel. And the most likely outcome is you're going to die. That's the reality of the world. So to live in a country where you're able to consume enough calories where you can be fat, to say I've gone through some type of traumatic event and blah blah blah, and that's not as traumatic as it can get. How would you like it if you tried to give birth and out of 10 children, only 3 of them lived? Do you think that would be a little bit traumatic? How would you like it if you seen your parent run into a bear? You know, I know it's popular for ladies to say that they want to choose a bear, so let's go with the ladies. Let's say you're a child and a big old grizzly bear comes out and you're with your mother, and the grizzly bear basically just pins your mother to the ground, and the grizzly bear starts eating your mother alive, because that's what bears do. Bears are omnivores. One of the most vicious thing in the world is an omnivore. Carnivores like lions will try to kill you. They'll try to basically, I would put it this way. A lion is more humane in how it kills its prey versus a bear. And that's because lions are carnivores. Carnivores are more humane when it comes to how they kill. Omnivores, like humans and bears, we generally speaking, omnivores are more messed up when it comes to killing. Like, if you want to know, one of the natural ways that humans will essentially kill a prey is we'll just chase it down. Humans can sweat. So especially in hot environments, we'll chase something like a deer and we'll keep on chasing it until it eventually basically topples over from exhaustion. And then we'll finish it off. That's how humans naturally eliminate our targets. We'll keep chasing it until it's too tired to do anything. And when we hunt in groups and stuff like that, that's also how we'll take down certain type of predators like bears and tigers and stuff like that. We'll keep on chasing it. Yes, it's faster, but we'll keep on chasing it. We will not stop. We will keep on going until it's so tired that we can then attack. And it ain't going nowhere. That's how humans attack. Does that sound messed up? Yes, we're omnivores. Same thing with bears. Bears are messed up creatures. What they will do is they will pin their prey and they'll start eating it while it's alive. You don't think you think I'm playing? Go see how a bear catches a salmon. Salmon are very big fish, by the way. If you actually see a real salmon, it is a very big and fatty fish. That bear will catch that thing in its mouth and it'll start eating its entrails while that salmon is still kicking and twisting. So, I want you to imagine that you are a human in the wild and a bear, you're with your mother and a bear just pins your mommy down to the ground and starts eating her entrails right in front of you. Do you think that's a bit traumatic? Or do you think because somebody called you somebody didn't identify you based on how you feel your gender is, do you think that's traumatic? Which one do you think is more traumatic? That somebody didn't use the correct pronouns, or that a bear is eating your mommy's entrails right in front of you? Which one do you think is traumatic? Well, guess what? That's the real world. So when people want to complain about this world, it could be a whole lot worse. Is all I'm saying.
Anyway, we need to bring shame back in so many other regards besides obesity. We need to do it with sluts. We need to do shame fat people. We need to shame everybody because shame has been one of the strongest defenses against degeneracy and human errors.
You had a personal experience you wanted to share. You said you used to be overweight.
Oh yeah, so I did an experiment back in 2015 where I bulked for almost 2 years and I got up to 250 pounds, and then I dieted down. It took me about 7 months, and I systematically did it, control my calories, track my macros, track my protein, carbs, fats, and systematically lost 1 to 2 pounds per week.
So you chose to gain up to 250.
Yeah, so I've been unfortunate. I'm naturally skinny,
Yeah.
and then I was alright, I'm gonna get fat as an experiment, did it, and then I was alright, I'm gonna lose the weight, and then all I did was just track my calories, ate the same food every single day, went to the gym 4 or 5 times a week, and everything was controlled, and it got done. Was it monotonous? Of course. Was it boring?
I agree with you there. I am naturally this way. This is with working out 4 or 5 times. That's not true. This is 100% true, bro.
No, it's not natural at all, because at the end of the day, if you don't lose weight, by definition, you're not in a calorie deficit. If you're not in a calorie deficit, then you're gonna either maintain or gain weight, and that's the problem is that people don't track their calories.
And that's true, but
So again, let me finish.
At their resting metabolic rate, a different set of calories.
Doesn't matter.
Was I get too granular right now?
Okay. So again, like I said, this guy is very disingenuous. He said that he is this size naturally. That's complete horse shit. In order for us to get this big, we have to eat at a caloric surplus. So if you eat a whole apple pie from the grocery store, those pre-made apple pies, if you eat that every day, eating that pie every day is not natural. This coffee that I'm drinking right now is not natural. Most of the food that we eat are not natural. A lot of these foods are highly processed. With that being said, if we were living in nature, you would not find fat people in nature. You would not find them in natural settings. The only way for you to be able to find a fat person would be a pregnant woman living in a village where the men are protecting the village and the women are just doing minor gathering and taking care of the kids and they're doing like food prep. That's the only time you're going to find a fat person, and it's going to be a woman. It's not going to be the dude who has to actively go out there and hunt. It's not going to be the dude who has to actively work the field. It just doesn't occur in nature. In fact, you could even say something like farming is not natural. It's not something that occurs naturally in nature. We had to create a system in order to do stuff like farming. So with all that being said, it's not natural for somebody to be this fat. It's not natural for you to be this big. This guy is like 6'5". If this was a natural world, he would not be this big because, again, it's hard acquiring calories. Do you know how much calories are in some berries? Do you know how much calories are in stuff like meat? Something that you have to try to hunt and kill, and you have to go through all these trials and tribulations to acquire meat. Do you know how much calories are in something like a little fish? It's so hard hunting stuff like salmon in the wild. If you just got a spear and stuff like that, you're going to be mostly hunting like more the mid-sized fish. What I'm trying to say, even something like apples do not have a lot of calories. A banana, a real natural banana, is actually quite small, and it has a lot of seeds in it. And guess what? It has less calories than the I would say it was something that we had to keep on basically breeding to create those large yellow bananas that doesn't have seeds. Those large yellow bananas that have seeds is about 100 to 120 calories, depending on what size banana you get. A regular banana does not have that many calories in it. So again, it's very hard in nature to acquire the calories. For most humans, about 2,000 calories. If you only consumed about 2,000 calories, you will not look like this. You will not look like this. And believe it or not, you will not be as big as this guy in the orange right here. You're not going to be that big. So you can't sustain this level of muscles, nor can you sustain this level of fat in nature, because it's hard to acquire the calories.
Al, Rogan, it's going to be one of those episodes, right? Let's bring in the disagreeers and hear from them.
Do you know what today is?
Today is the third day of our 3-day road trip across the country.
Or our 5-year anniversary?
Sorry about that. We don't want to watch that.
Yes, the reason I disagreed, especially when I heard the statement, I don't think I'll ever look at somebody based on their situation and think that I'm disgusted. Like, if I see somebody that's a drug addict on the street that's homeless, I'm not disgusted by that. If I see somebody that's incredibly overweight, I'm not disgusted by that. Do I think that there's an opportunity for growth? Do I think they've been put in a disadvantageous position that probably makes it harder for them? Absolutely. I think I'm kind of empath, so when I see somebody, I know that there's things underlying. One of my best friends is 400 plus pounds. I've helped him lose 150, 200 pounds. He's gained it back. And I don't look at him and say, I'm disgusted, but I know how bad he wants it. And just seeing how hard he tries and then reverts, it's almost more tough for me than to be like, oh, that's disgusting. You know? And I think there's plenty of people that look at me and say, that's disgusting. I never want to look like that. So like, I know what it feels like on the other side to like,
okay, this guy is not honest. There is not a bunch of people who look at this and say that this is disgusting. There are some women who are misandrous, right? They're men-hating, and they would make a statement like this. But guess what? You want to know the best witness test when it comes to about how humans perceive things? All you got to do is look at children. Children will look at something like this, and they'll instinctually know that this can protect them better than something like this. Instincts. They know this is capable of creating enough force to take down pretty much anybody that opposes him. So yeah, the children will have some children might have like a slight fear when they see this big old hulking guy. But generally speaking, when they feel their lives are in danger, they will run to him before they run to me. Typically speaking, that's just how organisms work. Organisms might, if you see children go towards a guy like me versus a guy like them, then pretty much he would be the aggressor in that situation. He did something to make those children fear, and essentially they're getting behind me so they could use me as a meat shield. They probably don't think that I can actually take that guy down, but I can probably give them some time to escape, and that's pretty much the only thing somebody like myself can do. When up against somebody like him. So for him to say that most people look at this with disgust, that's garbage. That's garbage. The majority, 99.999999999% of people are going to approve of this. There is not even 1% of people who will disapprove of this body. Most people will look at this and they will look at him, especially if you're a male, you're going to look up to him with reverence, because you're going to go like, this man put in a lot of work to create this muscular body. This man is strong. This man can probably hurt me. And that's where the respect comes from. Believe it or not, the root of respect is fear. So most people will respect him simply because, to a small degree, they're going to fear him because they know that he is capable of hurting more than one person. So that's just how human behavior is. The root of respect, to a small degree, is fear.
Like, look the way I do and get people looking at me like, ugh, that's gross, and like have that muscle. And then to go back to that point, like, you came from a fit place, and like deciding to bulk, like, that's a conscientious decision to gain weight. Like, you already have those habit routines and skills in order to stay in shape, and then you use those same skills you had to pull back on the calories and knowledge you had.
The reason why I use that example is that you can get fat and lose the weight if you know what you're doing, you have the knowledge and everything else like that. It's just about consistency over time. So it's like, I look at it
let
like,
me cut you off, because here's one thing that you just said.
Yeah.
You have the tools. So there's people that don't have the tools that you've passed judgment on, and you have failed to realize that with the tools, people are very much capable of achieving amazing things. But
okay, let's talk about that.
Okay, yeah, so this is the guy earlier who I told you to be on the lookout for, this dude in green. He's very emotional. You'll later on find out in the video that he's like this bisexual dude and stuff like that. He's the one who's like really kind of pushing that body positivity. I would say when the body positivity really came out, it was probably guys like him who tried to actively include fat men in that discussion, but women did not really accept that. However, you'll see people like politicians, they'll try to get guys like him to basically be on stage with them, or basically to be in their supporting party, so that they could create a diverse background, so that they do this to try to make, and believe it or not, you'll find this out in the video, that he's hired for stuff like that. Politicians and other people, they will hire him to be in their background of maybe like a commercial or something like that. So, and they do this because they want different people to see different people supporting them. So it makes other people feel like that politician is inclusive of them. You know what I'm saying? So that's actually how guys like this make their money. But anyway, what I wanted to talk about was he's now about to like come up with some excuses. So let's hear what he has to say.
no, hold on, I'm not done.
Well, you come
I'm not done. And I stood over there and I listened to you, and I was like, it's amazing that you've passed judgment on, and you have failed to realize that with the tools, people are very much capable of achieving amazing things. But
okay, let's talk about that.
no, hold on, I'm not done.
Well, you come
I'm not done. And I stood over there and I listened to you, and I was like, it's a bullshit too. But we're gonna address this, right? You are passing judgment.
Just to notate, this is also this how you could tell that this guy is overly emotional, and he has lack of control. You can look at his weight and tell that he has lack of control, but how he interacts in the conversation also indicates that he has lack of control. And I can actually identify with that because I have often been in discussion. Well, not often, but there's been a few times that I've actually been in discussion and I have been angry, and that anger has caused my voice to project a little bit more, so I'm talking more. And it's caused me to not really listen to what the other person has to say. And so I've had many poor discussions like that. Myron, he's the guy that you saw before. He was in the middle of making his point, and this guy completely cut him off, and it was completely rude. Myron even told him that he didn't finish making his point, and this guy basically just wanted to strong arm the conversation, and he wanted to bring it back. Now, he said, I was back there listening. Well, you weren't part of the conversation in the beginning, right? When he asked, in the first part, the moderator asked, he presents a topic, and he asks everybody who agrees to come forward and sit down, and then they have a brief discussion about why they agree with that topic, and they get to say their point of view. Then later on, he brings people who disagree. So in the beginning, he's saying, he tried to state that I already let you speak and you've already spoken enough. But that's not the case. You weren't part of that conversation. Now you have been brought in of that conversation where you can give your piece, but you still did not let Myron finish his talking point. So he's acting like it was an unfair balance, but again, this is just normal, and I would say normal, polite conversation. You have to let the other person finish what they're saying. But I understand where he's coming from, and that's why I can critique him. I know what it is that's going in his head. He does not like how this conversation is making him feel.
On people who lack the tools to do what it is that they need to do to get themselves.
And he's becoming emotional because of it.
There are multitudes of factors that weighs into what goes on with somebody's body. There are people that, even if they work out, losing the weight does not come as simple as just going to the gym, cutting calories, watching everything that you eat. There are some people that have a disposition. I have a disposition. But does that mean that I'm not active? Does that mean that I'm not doing certain things? No, it doesn't. But
you might be wondering, what does he mean when he say disposition? He's basically trying to come up with the excuse that he has like a thyroid issues and stuff like that, and that's preventing him from losing the weight. And I just want to put it out there, that's complete garbage. Let's say that you actually have some type of thyroid issue. Well, let me tell you how that works. Your thyroid is not a magical gland in your body. Whether you have actual thyroid issues, it does not stop the mechanics of the human body and the mechanics of physics. If you only put so much energy into your body can only utilize that energy to a degree. Your body can only utilize that energy, and if you lack the total amount of energy required to maintain homeostasis, which is basically to maintain your body temperature and to give your cells enough energy for them to do their function, your body will start to eat at the fat.
Passing judgment on somebody's body that you know nothing about. Now, on the flip side, what if I turn around and I did the same thing to you? You're talking about how fit and stuff that you are, but you're over there and you're smallest compared to these other guys.
He's trying to body shame a guy who's fit. By the way, Myron is like 6 feet. I think he's like 6'3" tall or something like that. So he's a very tall guy. He also works out very consistently. Even this guy right here. This guy, he's on the smaller build, but he definitely puts some time in the gym. You can see from his chest, he got some definition going on. You can see the castrations that's going on in his arms. This guy works out. He's trying to go like, well, what if I shamed you? Okay. Shame. I believe shame is a necessary tool. It also comes along with disgust, right? You can think of shame as the vocalization of your disgust. It's converting your feelings, your thoughts about something, and you're bringing it into reality by vocalizing it. Shame is a very important part of human civilization. It is a mechanic of human civilization. We cannot be grouped up with one another without the usage of shame. This is what I mean by this. A person who, let's think about a person who harms a child, and you can let your imagination go wild with that. A person who harms a child, is that disgusting? Yes, it is. What do we do to people who harm children? We punish them, and one of the ways that we punish them is by shaming them. We will shame the heck out of them because they harmed a child in some way. by shaming them and letting other people see us publicly shame them, it helps teach the human animal, right? It helps train younger human animals to not duplicate those same actions. That's what shaming does. It prevents the human, and you have to think of human as an animal, right? Think of human as an animal. Think about like when you're trying to train a dog, right? When you're trying to train a dog, you will often raise your voice when they do something bad. Or you'll like try to indicate that, like, for example, if a dog bites you, you'll scream real loud so that that dog understands that it did something bad. It created pain. It harmed you in some way. You want that dog to feel the jolt so that it knows that if it does that action again, is going to have some type of consequences, like, for example, hurting you, making you feel bad. Dogs are pack animals. They want to be part of the pack. They want to be in the pack. They don't want to harm each other. They'll play with each other, right? They'll roughhouse a little bit, but they're not basically breaking each other bones and stuff like that. And the reason why is because they're trying to be part of the pack. They're trying to be part of the group. It's the same thing with humans. So humans have to learn what they can and cannot do. You have to train humans. When you're training your child to use the potty, when you're training your child on proper mannerisms and stuff, when you're training your child on what's socially acceptable and what's not socially acceptable, that is what shaming is. It is a mechanism to train the human animal to function in a pack or a group setting, aka society. Nobody in society is going to try to divert human behavior from being fit. This is perfectly acceptable. Why is this acceptable? Because these two guys right here, right, even especially this dude, I'm looking at this guy. I know this guy can put out some damage. These guys right here, they are going, the guys who are on that side of the room, guess what? They can protect human society. They can protect the pack.
So how does that feel if someone comes? No, because you said shit.
These guys right here, they cannot protect the pack. These guys right here, they can protect the pack. They can protect other humans. They can protect society. Society will never shame these warriors because we need warriors to protect the society, to protect the pack. But we will definitely shame these guys because to be this way, to be overweight, to be physically weak, it means you are overly indulging.
You said shame, right? So how does that feel if someone comes up and they start shaming you for size? Like, come on, it goes both ways.
We're just in the first month. We got to be careful about targeting each other too directly.
I mean, I'm not. That's fine. He's
No, it goes in every direction.
He's obviously very triggered. But yeah, so let's hit the first part. Tools. What are the tools? The tools are simply knowledge, which you can get for free on the internet. If you have the ability and the discipline to go out there and get the knowledge, then you're going to win. It's just that simple. It's just that people want to always make excuses for why. Oh, my feelings. Oh, I don't know what. You don't know what people are going through. Blah, blah, blah. No, you can watch your calories. You can go to the gym. You have time to do it. People just like to make excuses.
I don't think anyone's debating that weight loss is impossible here. I think the question is, why do you hate fat people, that you feel the disgust towards that?
Like I said before, it's a
So again,
combination of a bunch of
Impossible here.
watch your calories. You can go to the gym.
let's look at what the disingenuous
I
guy
don't think
said.
anyone's debating that weight loss is impossible here. I think the question is, why do you hate fat people?
Why do you hate fat people? And again, this is why I was talking about this guy right here. Believe it or not, between the guy in the green and this guy right here, I dislike this guy the most. The guy in the green, he lives in Delulu land, but this guy right here, he is basically the force within the male community. It's guys like him that tears down the efforts of other men to try to raise men to be stronger, to be healthier, to be contributing members of society. It's guys like him. Disingenuous beyond a doubt. Let's look at what he just said. He just said, the question is, why do you hate fat people? That's actually not the question. The question is I felt disgusted looking at a fat body. That's the question. You can't help how you feel. Now, here's the thing, right? Disgust and hate are two different emotions. They're two different feelings, right? And then I would say disgust is a feeling versus hate is a emotional. Hate actually has to come with a choice, right? You have a choice of whether you hate something or you don't. For example, I hate people who harm children. That is hate. I have chosen to hate this person, and it's based off of X, Y, Z, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. That's how that works, right? This guy says, why does Myron hate people? Hate fat people? You can be disgusted by somebody. You don't necessarily have to hate them. And let's just put an example so we can wrap this all up. I can feel disgusted by the women who reject me, but that don't mean that I hate them for rejecting me. I can feel disgusted because they're doing it based off of nonsensical reasons, and maybe because I feel like it goes against everything that I've been told, everything that I've been, how I've been trained, how I've been raised, how society was basically bringing me up in the world. And they can reject me, right? They can feel a certain way. They could be nasty towards me. And I can feel a sense of disgust, or I could even feel disappointed. I could feel sad. But that doesn't mean that I hate them for what they do. Myron does not hate fat people. He feels disgusted by when he sees a fat body, right? So if he sees somebody and they're greatly overweight, like for example, if me and Myron was in the same room together, Myron would feel disgusted by me, right? But Myron wouldn't hate me. Myron and I, we probably have a lot of things in common in terms of like video games or certain type of activities that we like maybe some type of sports or something like that. Or maybe we may share a lot of certain political views or something like that. But guess what? He can also like me as a person, but he could still feel disgusted by me because of what I do to myself. And this guy right here, and again, just being completely disingenuous. What if I feel disgust when I look at a fat body, and I also feel sad when I look at a fat body? I'm sad because that person's hurting themselves. I'm sad because that person might die early, prematurely. I want that person to live. So I feel sad and I feel that disgust because it disgusts me to see people try to end themselves early because they don't want to put down the fork.
That you feel disgusted with.
Like I said before, it's a culmination of a bunch of bad decisions. I'm not going to go ahead and give the same level of respect to someone who's a fat, to someone that has worked really hard and diligently on their physique, because your body's outward manifestation.
There's more factors to a human being than their body.
Well, you judge a lot just off of someone's physique. You'd be like, okay, well, this guy is lazy, and that's personified through their physique. It's the truth.
Hey, but I saw you.
I mean, just to get back to the prompt, I think we just kind of went all over the place there.
We're still focusing on the word disgust.
Just the word disgust. I mean, I would never look at someone and show disgust towards them. I mean, I think I would respect, like you said. I mean, you don't respect everyone. Like you said.
He would never look at somebody and feel disgust by them. Okay, and if the moderator or if the guys who are fit, because again, I understand the guys who are fit, they're trying to be as nice as possible towards guys like this who wants to be delusional. You don't feel disgust when you see somebody. I tell you what if you see a murderer on TV? This guy went up and he decided to shoot up a school. Do you feel disgust when you see that person's face on TV? Yes, because that person did something that was disgusting. Wow. So you can feel disgust. He will never, he doesn't want to admit this because he's trying to, be part of the narrative that this guy and the guy in green wants to try to project it to the world, body positivity. But let me just go ahead and put this out here. You can feel disgust at people for what they do. You can feel disgust towards people for what they do to other people. And you can feel disgust towards people for what they do to themselves. If somebody went and they chopped off their arm, they mutilated themselves, you can feel disgust that they mutilated themselves. That's disgusting. Why would you do that to yourself? And you want to know why you would publicly say this? Because you don't want children who look at them and go like, I'm feeling bored, I'm going to cut off a limb. Or I feel some type of emotional distress and I want to chop off an arm. Or I might have gone through some type of trauma and I want to, cut myself. I want to do something. I want to harm myself. That's what it comes down to. The reason why you shame people who hurt themselves is because you don't want other younger, impressionable people to duplicate that self-harm. You don't want people to harm others. You don't want people to harm themselves.
I think respect is earned. I mean, it is earned, but I mean, I think at a humane level, we can learn to appreciate each other's differences.
Yeah, I don't know if like disgust would be the right word, right? Greg mentioned some health implications with being overweight.
Now, I will agree with him on that point. I do believe that yes, respect is earned, but I do believe that you have to give people a level of respect and common human decency. I just don't think Myron or any of the fit dudes were saying that they would not give a certain level of respect and common human decency towards people who are overweight. It's just that, again, the topic is, I felt disgust. You can't help how you feel. You cannot help how you feel. I am attracted to women. I can't help that I am attracted to women. Okay? I can't help for all the flaws that women may have. Guess what? I'm still attracted to them. It's the same thing. I have an older brother who is gay. He cannot help being attracted to men. I have a sister who's bisexual. She cannot help being attracted to both women and men. She's mostly attracted to women right now, but she's still technically bisexual. Okay? People cannot help how they feel. So if you feel disgust looking at a fat body, okay, you can't help how that makes you feel. If you feel disgust looking at a dead family member, you can't help feeling disgust by looking at that dead family member. You can't help feeling sad when you look at your family member who's passed away. You can't help these. These are feelings. And if these people were truly compassionate, like they're pretending to be, they would never try to insinuate how Myron feels if they were truly compassionate.
I think being concerned might be a better word.
Like, I can show concern for someone for the way that they are, but I would never look at someone and say, like, you're disgusting.
Was it any different than if you see somebody who's extremely anorexic for 50 pounds, you look at them and you're in shock? Oh my god, like something happens in your body you can't control. You can't stop that. Like how can you not? I don't hate them. It's just wow, oh my god, it's disgusting. Like holy goodness.
So that's not the word disgusting, right? So you just mentioned the polar opposite of what we are, right? But why would you look at them and be disgusted versus concerned? That is a very specific word.
So what Coach Greg brought up was what if you saw somebody who was anamorphic? Basically, it looks like they're pretty much dying and stuff like that. They're just skin and bones and stuff like that. You would feel disgusted, and rightfully so. You're supposed to feel disgusted. You are supposed to feel disgusted when you see somebody who is too fat. You are supposed to feel disgusted when you see somebody who is like skinny and anorexic and stuff like that. You're supposed to see that because something is going on. Something is going on with that person, and it could be disease. It could be some type of abuse. You don't know what's going on, but a part of you is going to feel concern, right? And that concern also comes from the same place where you feel that disgust. I felt disgust. I one time saw this young lady, and she was anorexic, and she basically, what she would do is, and this is when I was younger and stuff like that, she would basically, every time she eats or something like that, she would stick her fingers down her throat and she would just basically puke her meal back up and stuff like that. And so she was often doing this, and it just came to the point where all I saw was bones, and it was so sad looking at that on TV. But here's the thing: it's like a knee jerk reaction. When I saw her, I felt disgusted. I felt disgusted, and I couldn't help that's how I felt. But that's not the only thing I felt. First, I felt disgusted, and then a few seconds later, I felt sad. Okay? Emotions, you cannot really control how you feel. You can control how you let your feelings affect you. You can control that. You can control how you present your feelings to the world, whether you vocalize those feelings or not. But guess what? You can't control how you feel. Okay? You can't control that. So yes, Coach Greg gave the complete opposite. He gave an example where somebody is anorexic, and he felt sad and disgust when he saw what they were doing to themselves, right? He felt disgust when he sees that, and those are valid. That's a valid emotion.
And it has very specific connotations behind it, and when it's used, it's somewhat weaponized as well.
And so this is, I don't like where he's trying to take this conversation, right? So basically what he's trying to say is you don't know why they're that way. But here's the problem. People can only judge a book by its cover. Okay? Keto. Cookbook. Okay? So you look at this book, this Ketotarian, and you're probably going like, oh, it's probably talking about the keto diet, right? It's probably talking about the keto diet. I saw what looked like some type of dish on there, so maybe that book also has some recipes or something in it. We can only judge a book by its cover. He's trying to again strong arm the conversation. This guy is famous for this episode of strong arming the conversation. He's trying to say, oh, well, you don't know why they're that way. Like, oh, what if they're been abused, or what if there's some type of mental underlying condition or maybe an even medical condition that's making them super fat, or that's making them super skinny, or some stuff like that. Well, guess what? People do not know what's in that book over there. They can only see the cover. And it's the same thing. You cannot tell me how I should feel based off of information that I don't know. Okay? For example, if somebody harmed children, I like using that example. If somebody harmed children, the only thing I can go by is the information that I saw of them harming children. I don't know why they harmed the children, right? I don't know why they're harming the children. I just know that they harmed the child, and I feel disgust, anger, rage, and that's how I feel, because that's the only thing I can do. That's the only way I can be. I don't know why they did the stuff that they did, and to a degree, I really don't care. It's the same thing with people who are obese and stuff like that. People will look at me and they're going to judge me. People will look at these guys and they're going to judge them. They don't know why they let themselves get like this. And to a degree, people don't care why they got themselves to that degree. Same thing with somebody who's anorexic and stuff like that. People don't know why you got the way that you are. They just see what you are, and they're just going to judge based off of that. And you can't try to make somebody feel a certain way.
Well,
I don't think we can help how we feel. I don't think I can choose like, oh, I just am not. We'd be sitting here and lying. I'm not
Perfect.
lying. I'm always going to be honest with people. I'm disgusted. This is just how I feel. The thing is, when you see a fat person, the reason why it's disgusting, we'd be sitting
Let's hear that again.
It's somewhat weaponized as well.
I don't think we can help how we feel. I don't think I can choose like, oh, I just am not. We'd be sitting here and lying. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I'm always going to be honest with people. I'm disgusted. This is just how I feel.
The thing is, when you see a fat person, the reason why it's disgusting, and
That should have ended this whole topic right there. I can't help how I feel about somebody. That's just how I feel. When this side of the room was giving their talking points, they kept on trying to strong arm it by basically bringing in the why. Maybe everybody don't know how to lose weight. You got the internet, dude. You got the internet. Maybe they or my favorite with the dude in the green, or you don't know why they're the way they are. So since you don't know why they're the way they are, you shouldn't feel disgusted. Okay, a pedophile does something to a child. A pedophile does something to a child. Should I feel disgusted, or I guess since I don't know why that pedo did that to that kid, since I don't know why he's going around diddling children, since I don't know why he's doing that, I guess I shouldn't feel disgusted that he does that. I wish I was on this panel so I could shut this down.
And the reason why there's so much pushback on this whole body positivity, people make fun of Lizzo, rightfully so, by the way, is because it's unattractive, it's unhealthy, until we have this woke era. They used to put like models and attractive people in cover magazines that were in shape. Why? So people can aspire to look like that. And it's healthy and it looks better in general. You look good, feel good. But when you're fat, it says a lot about you. People aren't going to sit there like, let's see if he's a good person. No, they're just going to assume that you're lazy, which you are by the way when you're fat. And you don't have discipline, which you are by the way. So they're just going to assume off of what they see. That's why
I love how you stated a ton of assumptions. You didn't state not one fact. You just stated assumptions.
I want to move on to the next prompt, but we're
Can I
definitely...
say one thing? Just one question. Like, let's say you knew he used to be 600.
So I just love what he was talking about. He said, you just keep on talking about assumptions. No, those are not assumptions. Okay? Those are what Myron is talking about how people judge. It's based off of fact because that's how people judge. Okay? People judge based off the cover. People don't judge based off of the why because people are not mind readers. We don't know why you did this. It's just that you did it. That's it. That's all there needs to be said. We don't know why you did this. We just know that you did this. That's it. That's basic human. Listen, if you can't accept humans, their behaviors, if you refuse to understand why humans do the things that we do, there really is no helping you. There is no helping you. You don't understand a thing. You just want to live in some Delulu land. You just want to be crazy is what it is. You should not be part of society. You should go somewhere else. I accept my kind for what we are, what we do, what we have done. I accept the good and the bad that comes with my species. I will never, ever hate my species for what it is that they are, how they feel, how they react to things. I will never do that. But these anti-humans, right? These anti-humans who want to try to make you feel a certain way, right? These anti-humans who refuse to accept normal human behavior, human thought patterns and stuff like that, they're anti-human.
100 pounds. How much do you weigh now?
I'm 384.
And he's now 384. Do you see him as less disgusting knowing he's lost 220 pounds?
no, that's fantastic. But there's still work to be done. But here's the thing, like I said before, unfortunately, human beings judge a book by its cover. Just the world that we live. Fat people that identify as 97 genders, whatever. They expect us to change our worldview for them, and that's just not how the world works. Like it's been that way, it's always been that way. It's just the way that we're people are gonna.
Now let's reset. Jacked men are more attractive than fat men.
I'm glad the moderator broke that up because that's just going into a whole it's just going into a thought, a logic hole, it's just going into the abyss because again, you have this side of the room and also you have this guy right here, right? You have these people who are trying to divert the topic. The topic was, I felt disgust at a fat body, right? If you feel disgust looking at something, that's just how you feel. It's just like what Coach Greg said, right? Coach Greg right here, he pointed out, I feel what I feel and I can't help how I feel. And I'm just going to be honest with you about it, right? You can't help how you feel. These guys want to talk about, these guys wanted to divert feelings and add in understanding, okay? But that's not how that works. You feel first, you learn second, you understand third, and you use that understanding and reason to modify how you feel, to change how you feel. But in that moment, it is what it is. You feel the way you feel. Later on, you understand, you understand why this is, right? I understand you're anorexic because maybe you had got abused or something like that, and this is how you're coping. Oh, I understand that the reason why you're obese is because XYZ happened to you, and this is how you're coping. You're eating your emotions. I eat my emotions. But people don't know that. So you can't just try to strong arm the conversation by with the why. It's not about the why. It is about the is. It is about how you feel in that moment.
Will the agreeers please step forward? Let's reset. Jacked men are more attractive than fat men. Will the agreeers please step forward?
How come there's 4 guys over there? All right, so we're living in a bizarre world where people don't see the truth. Like, how is it possible that they're thinking, being obese and unhealthy is more attractive than being fit and healthy? How is this possible?
Actually, you know what? This is precisely why a majority of women find the majority of men is unattractive. Because a lot of guys think this way, I just be a nice guy, girls are gonna like me. No, they're not. She's not gonna suck your dick with the same velocity when you're fat as when you're in shape. She's just not. See, people don't understand that women are aroused by one thing and they're attracted by another thing. Women are attracted to, a guy that's confident, ambitious, makes money, etc. Of course, right? But they're aroused by guys that have soul tendencies, dark triad traits, etc. And guys that are physically in shape. So if you want to get the best of your woman, where she respects and admires you, while simultaneously being aroused by you, so she doesn't cheat on you, you need to have both.
You're saying that's true for all women?
A majority, a staggering majority of women.
There might be 1% of the world that there's something wrong with them that might think that, yeah, you're 600 pounds, it's so hot, I love that. But
the hot girls that you actually want, they exercise their hypertrophy to the highest degree. They want guys that are fit and have their money together and their life together.
You're looking at me like you want to say something.
Because the question was, are Jack men more attractive? We all walked over. Are we more attracted to Jack men?
I'm assuming they find that because we're all guys here they mean women.
Well, men can be attractive.
Even though he was being kind of a dick, I get what he was trying to say. The topic, which is poorly worded, right, is really what it should have been is do people find jacked men more attractive than fat men? I think that's probably a better wording that you could have did for that topic. That's on Jubilee. Because I guess how it's worded is almost asking if these guys are personally attracted to jacked men versus fat men. But most of these guys here are straight. I don't know about this dude. I think he's actually, I think he's like gay or something like that. But most of the guys here are straight, and they're talking from the female's perspective. Do women find jacked men more attractive than fat men? From my experience, I would say yes. Women find men who are jacked, men who are fit, fresh and fit, people who are fit. Women find these men more attracted than men like myself who are fat and stuff like that. And that's just, and here's the thing, they have the right to feel that way. They have the right to be attracted to what it is that they're attracted to. It is what it is.
If I had to switch teams, I'm going with the Jack guy.
Obviously, this is going to be like personal biases, but I think attraction is very fluid in the sense that, like, in 100% of it, like, there was probably 40 pounds of muscle ago, is when most women would be like attracting. Of course, like, fitness girls, they're totally okay with the size I am, but like, probably most girls, I'm like too much for. So I guess, like, where do we draw that line? And, like, I think, for example, like, you would be much more attractive.
This guy I don't like. Let's go ahead and be perfectly clear. Most girls do not look at him and go like, oh yeah, he's too much for me. Most girls are going to look at him and go like, yeah, I'll take that. Only a minor amount of girls, like only fitness girls, look at this and go like, oh, that's hot.
to most women than me. Would you agree with that?
I mean, that doesn't mean that like if you walked up to a girl, let's say you're not like you're a little bit more muscular than she, like you have a charm of charisma, she wants to go with you, man. It don't matter. Like,
I have an interesting point, and no shit to you, but I think if you had Zach, right, I'm in.
Yep.
If you put Zach and Greg and you put them next to each other and you did a poll, I think the most women would probably pick him if you had to like, because he's got the height and all that.
This guy just made a disingenuous conversation. So he's trying to compare Coach Greg. Coach Greg is the guy in blue. Coach Greg is in his 40s. He's also like, I think 5 feet 5 inches tall. And he's comparing him to to the guy with the dad bod. Dude is like 6 feet 5, right? He's been on the cover of fashion magazines, right? And so he has clout. Women are more attracted to men who are taller. So, and also that dude is younger. That dude is like, I think in his 20s or 30s. So he just made a disingenuous comment. You're trying to compare a old man who's short to a young man who is tall.
What would you guys say to that?
No. That's fair. I'm 48 years old. He's a lot younger than me. He's about a foot taller than me, but I can't compare. I'm an old man. I'm 40 years old.
obviously height is a big component, so that so it's not you're comparing apples and oranges. But if you take the same guy, same height, etc., but one guy is fat, one guy's in good shape, she's always gonna go with the guy that's in better shape.
Because I've been so surprised to see on Instagram, there'll be like guys doing like an outfit trying to like not in shape, in the slice bit, and all the comments are women like, I wish like men knew this is how we wish they looked, and like, oh, this is like
Liars for social media. Liars for look good.
One thing about you can never believe what women say, man. You believe how they behave, not what they say.
That's a different episode.
Myron made a very good point. You cannot. Women are hive-minded. So because women are hive-minded, they do not want to go against the thought leader of their pack. With that being said, women will not truthfully talk about what it is that they're attracted to because they're afraid that society will look at them and shame them for what it is that they like, and they don't want their group to basically disconnect from them. Okay, women fear more being ostracized from the group than anything else because women's survival mechanism is part of being part of the group. That's not really much of a male mechanism. That's more of a female mechanism. Being part of the group ensures her survival. Being part of a group ensures that she's able to bring a child to the world, and so on and so forth. These are just basic human instincts. A woman is always going to want to be part of her pack. She's always going to want to agree with the pack. She's always going to want whoever is head of that group, she's always going to want that person's approval. So no, you're not going to go online like this dude is saying, oh, he's going online, he's reading comments. How many comments did you actually read, bro? How many comments did you read? Did you read like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comments where girls was going like, I wish guys understood that I love a dad bod. Did you bother, since you doing all this research and you're reading all these comments, did you bother to look at those girls' profiles? Were these women who were, I don't know, 50 years old? Were they 50-year-old women who were single and stuff like that? And since they don't have much dating options, they're going to say some crap like they're attracted to a dad bod? No, he didn't do that research whatsoever.
Yeah. I disagree mostly just with the blanket statement because attraction is so subjective. I am a big and tall model by trade. That's what I do. I model clothing brands. I've modeled with major fashion houses. I've been on the covers of magazines. You mentioned before dad bod comments and whatnot on social media. I was flabbergasted when I started how many people were commenting and DMing me and talking about how attractive I was. That just kind of, I don't know, showed me that attraction was a lot more subjective than I thought. And people...
Okay. Let's put into perspective what this disingenuous a-hole is saying right now. He's 6 feet 5 inches tall. He is a male model. He's been on the cover of magazines. No homo. If you look at his face, he has he is, I guess women would find this to be attractive, right? So he's a pretty boy. He's a pretty boy. He's tall as hell. and he has clout because he's been on the cover of magazines. How many men have been on the covers of magazines who look like this? How many men who's been on the cover of magazines has like a little dad bod? And by the way, you could, again, if you look at him, he's not that fat. He's not that fat. He has like a little bit of a gut. He has a little bit of a gut. I would say this dude is probably, you could probably categorize him as like as a regular guy, right? Just a little bit. He's just a little bit chubby. But for the most part, if you look at his face, how that beard sits on his face, it makes his face look thinner. Most guys do not have these level of looks, right? Most guys don't have these levels of look, right? Most guys are not this tall. Look at this. His head comes up to his shoulder. Most guys are short. He is literally comparing a male model to a regular guy. That's why this guy is so freaking disingenuous. This is why I dislike him more than I dislike anybody on this panel. This disingenuous piece of crap right here. He's going like, oh, well, but you know, after girls were DMing me and stuff like that, after seeing me post pictures of me on magazines, I just realized how much of a spectrum attraction is. You're 6 feet 5 inches tall. You have relatively good looks, symmetrical face. You are not 300 and something pounds. This dude is not 150 pounds overweight. At most, I would say he's probably like somewhere between 50, maybe as much as 80 pounds overweight. He is not morbidly obese like me. And he's trying to convince other regular men out there who are like me. I am the regular man. I am not a model on a magazine, okay? I am a regular man. The only thing I got going for me is that I am 6 feet 2 inches tall. So I am basically at a height that women are going to be more attracted to, okay? But that's for long-term mating. That's not for short-term mating. You know what I'm saying? So this guy right here, nah, he don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Range of what they find attractive than specifically a body type.
Is being jacked the most important trait for being attractive? I'd argue for guys, it'd probably be otherwise, right? I think height would be very
Money, height, fame, like what can you bring to the table?
The number one thing is status. By far status.
People also go after what they think they can get. So if this guy's 6'5" and extremely attractive, and it's like, well, I can't get that guy. I'm attracted to the 10 on 10 supermodel, but I'm not going to get her, so I'll be happy with the 9.9 on 10.
Just to be clear, are we speaking about women being attracted to men?
It's not just about women. It's just about attraction. What is most attractive, in your opinion, physique for a man?
Okay, I'm speaking from like what women find attractive. So when I speak, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm sexually fluid. So my law of attraction does not adhere to anyone's standards, pretty much. I'm attracted to people sexually fluid.
Physique for a man.
Okay, I'm speaking from like what women find attractive. So when I speak, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm sexually fluid. So my law of attraction does not adhere to anyone's standards, pretty much.
He's sexually fluid. So he's pretty much, he's attracted to men, he's attracted to women and stuff like that. But you know what? At the same time, guess what? Instead of him just saying I'm bisexual, he just wants to put out there I'm sexually fluid. So I'm special. My attraction doesn't cater to what normal, regular people find attractive. My sexuality is special. And because it's so special, it doesn't adhere to any rules. Yay, me, I'm special.
I'm attracted to people in general. So you could be jacked, you could be more plus size, you could be skinny, you could be whatever it is that you are. If I'm attracted to you, I'm attracted to you.
What are the traits you find most attractive?
I think the way that you carry yourself is a really big thing for me.
I absolutely hate this episode of Jubilee. This guy, this guy, he's so political that as long as it fits his narrative, that's the only thing he's going to say. He's so political. He doesn't even want to admit what it is he's attracted to. What are you attracted to? Do you like females with big boobs? Do you like females with a big butt? Do you like dudes who are jacked, right? Do you like guys who are tall? You know, he refused to just basically admit what it is that he's sexually attracted to because he has an agenda. And so since he has an agenda, like all politicians, he's not going to answer the question straightforward. He's going to beat around the bush, and that's how he's going to answer the question. The moderator asked him, well, but what are you more attracted to? Are you attracted to big guys, jack guys? Like what it is that you're more attracted to? I'm attracted to how you carry yourself.
You can't date someone who lacks confidence because I feel like that seeps into other aspects of your life.
Do you mind if I jump on the confidence thing? Yeah. Okay, cool. So, growing up, I wasn't confident in myself, and I gained that confidence when I started losing weight. And I noticed it was me putting myself in positions to get more opportunities with women. Right now, I'm single right now, but I'm doing okay. But the confidence came from me losing weight. So, I do agree that it's a subjective kind of standpoint, but socially, I understand that physically fit men, that's just like what everyone's like.
I don't think it's as subjective as guys are trying to say. Attraction isn't a choice, and there are hardwired traits that women look for in men. And what I come to realize is that what women put out there is what they find attractive or politically correct things. Oh, he's that one. He's nice. He's a good guy. The reality is that women don't respond well and favorably to these men. There's a reason why nice guys finish last is a thing. It's because when you're too nice and you kind of bend to her will, etc., girls aren't aroused by that. Girls don't want to say what they're really aroused by because they're able to stand up to them. Guys are able to tell them, well, that was a stupid comment, or hold them accountable for their stupidity when they do dumb things. This is what women find attractive because these are leadership traits.
Have any of those things happened to you though?
Well, I mean, I've talked to almost 3,000 women, and what I've come to realize from talking to all of them is that most of the time, when they're in conversation with TikTok, you're so handsome, blah, 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 will they actually go on a date and have sex with a guy? Probably not, but they say it because it's politically correct, and women tend to not want to be adversarial. They're going to say what sounds good, but what they're actually like are to
But they're married to those.
So what Myron is saying is 100% correct. People cannot help what it is that they're attracted to. And it's the same thing with women, and as it's the same thing with men. Generally speaking, we are not special. As human beings, we generally are attracted to the same thing. And it is what it is. We can't help what it is that we're attracted to. And a lot of what we're all attracted to are similar things. And it's just so happened that when it comes down to women are attracted to guys who are taller. Women are attracted to guys who are better built, who look strong, right? And women typically go for guys who outwardly display the so-called dark triad traits. And basically, you could almost think of dark triad traits are essentially traits that may make a guy seem to be kind of an a-hole, right? Kind of a jerk. But these are guys who are more like kind of self-centered, because at the same time, a lot of these traits are good traits for leadership, right? So it just can't be helped. These are just what women are attracted to. And you can't really fault them for what it is that they're attracted to. I will never, ever tell a woman what she should be attracted to, right? But like Myron kind of pointed out, right? At the same time, women are not honest, right? Women will say one thing like, oh, I want a guy who's going to give me roses and stuff like that and blah, blah, blah. But the guys who will give you roses and stuff like that, you don't give them a second chance because you're so turned on by stuff that is not socially acceptable, right? She liked that jerk. She liked that guy who doesn't even send her a good morning text. She likes all that crazy stuff, and that's just generally speaking, that's just how most women are. That's how most women are. I am 34 years old. I have been through the dating apps. I have got exposed to a lot of the dark nature of women. Myron, if you watch Fresh and Fit, if you watch the after hour shows where they bring on the girls, for the most cases, and I will applaud the girls, a lot of them are very honest. A lot of them are very honest with what it is that they want, what it is that they're attracted to. You'll have some girls on there who will give some politically correct answers, but for the most part, a lot of girls will actually vocalize what it is that they want. Because you know why they'll vocalize it? Because they're old enough to just not care what people think about them. They don't care. They just want to get the guy that they want. And so they're not going to sit there and just lie and say, oh, I don't like these things and stuff like that. We can only function in generalities when it comes to society. We can only create rules and regulations that work for the general, not for the specific.
Yeah, I was kind of I'm married, and marriage is a failed institution in the West, and this is why most men get divorced by women. This is why they get destroyed in the divorce courts. This is why women overwhelmingly initiate. I'm married, not want to be adversarial. They're going to say what sounds good. But what they're actually are.
But they're married to those guys.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was
Most
going to
often
say.
you're
I'm married, and marriage is a failed.
So this guy, he made this broad statement. Let's go ahead and correct this. So he's trying to say that most women are married to these overweight, right? That most women are married to overweight, nice guys. That is false. That is false. Okay. First off, not that many people are actually married. Two, if women do get with these guys, it usually ends in disaster because they get so tired of Mr. Nice Guy that they want to go and they want to find that high school jock, right? They want to go back to the high school jock. They want to go back to that college star athlete. They want to find a guy who, like Myron pointed out, has these dark triad traits because Mr. Nice Guy, right? Mr. Nice Guy here, this guy right here. This is a perfect example. This guy right here is not satisfying them. They're not attracted to this fat, flabby body. They don't like how how he basically puts up with their bull crap. They think that's a sign of weakness, and they look at him and they go like, I don't want that. I'm not attracted to that. He don't make me happy. And that's why like 80% of the marriages or whatever ends in divorce, and it's pretty much mostly just filed by women. And usually it's not because of domestic violence, because again, he is insinuating that most of the people who marry these women are nice guys who got these fat, flabby bodies. No, most of the guys typically start out as maybe more aggressive, more dominant style men. And then over time, what happens is because men are adapting to this life where they're raising children, they become softer because basically, they have to become soft so that they can adequately raise children, care about the children and stuff like that. So what happens is they'll start out like this, and then they'll turn into this over time. Right? And that's just how that works. So he's saying that women are mostly married to this guy right here. That women are mostly married to the nice guy and stuff like that. That's just not real. Most guys like this who are nice from the start, who's not like Myron, who's not dominant and stuff like that, we finish last, and we finish last for a reason. And usually what happens is by the time women hit their 30s and they're kind of starting to run out of options, then they may consider guys like this, right? They may consider guys like me. And we're going to be coming into a situation where, number one, they already have children. Two, they're not virgins. They've already had their quote unquote fun. So they've already been through the ringer. They've already had many sexual partners and stuff like that. and they're pretty much finished with their partying, and so now they want something more stable. They want something that's going to ensure that they have a decent retirement, and so then they'll look at guys like this. They'll look at guys like me and stuff like that, and they'll give us a shot. But they're not really giving us a shot. They're just really just trying to secure the bag because they couldn't lock down somebody like Myron from Fresh and Fit. They couldn't lock this guy down because of their own inadequacies. So now they're looking at, they need some type of support. They need somebody who's going to ensure that they have a comfortable retirement. And so then they look at these guys. They look at the dad bod. They start basically reducing all of their ridiculous laundry list of requirements. Well, I guess he doesn't have to be over 6 feet tall. So I guess if he just makes, I don't know, $100,000 a year, I guess I could just settle for that guy. And that's where guys like this come from. So this is a very disingenuous statement. That's just not how that works.
Institution in the West, and this is why most men get divorced by women. This is why they get destroyed in the divorce courts. This is why women overwhelmingly initiate the divorce rates in America. 80% are initiated by women, because we sit here and we lie and we believe what women say that they're actually attracted to.
Well, let's go back to attraction for a second though, because I'm married. Sure, I have a child. I have a beautiful life. I was this size the entire process through.
Would you say that you're an average guy?
I would say that I'm bigger than average.
Yeah, not average guy.
Perfect point, Myron. Perfect point. Would you say you're an average guy? He said throughout this, he says, I'm married. I have children. I'm not, jacked like Myron, like this guy in the yellow, like Coach Greg. I just had this flabby body that's not really obese. Would you say this guy right here is the same like this guy right here? Would you say this guy right here is the same level of fat as this guy right here? Would you say this guy right here is the same level of fat as this guy right here with the comb over? Would you say that they're the same? No, you would not. This guy is more on the lighter side. Like he has a traditional dad bod or a slight beer gut. That's what he has. He's a male model. He met his wife as a male model. His wife went after a male model who's on the cover of magazines, who has a high level of clout because he's on the cover of magazines. And he's 6'5". The dude is a giant. We don't even know what his wife looks like. He's talking about a woman we don't even know. His wife could be fat. His wife married up. She married up. She did not go for this. She did not go for the short dude. She went for the tall giant dude who's on the cover of magazines, who has clout. That's why I don't like this dude. Disingenuous. Just absolute disingenuous.
And a model for being slightly
I
overweight.
wasn't a model when I started.
But you were very looking for
I was a
big
bartender.
guy
What was he
on
doing?
magazine covers. So I don't know, a million guys overweight, you're at the top.
But I think what you're missing is he just said that he wasn't any of those things
He's not 5'6",
before
man, like
he
me.
met his
I was
wife.
5'6" and do it.
No, I totally agree. Well, that's what I was going to actually agree with Myron for a second. Believe it or not. We're talking about, you mentioned status, and then a lot of people have mentioned confidence. You even put in your own pecking order ahead of being jacked or being physically attractive. Would you say that matters more? Confidence, how you carry yourself? How you
I guess the problem simply is it either you attract or
I'm not
what's more
arguing
attractive.
that our society definitely finds jacked guys more attractive. But I disagree with the statement because it was a blanket statement that I have found untrue in my own life.
Do all of you feel like you'd be more or less attractive, let's say 50 pounds lighter than you are, and simply like just body fat?
I think so.
Yeah.
Something that I struggled with for a while is, in me losing weight, am I still going to be able to book the jobs that I book? Because I've built an entire brand off of my body. I mean, granted, like, cool as shit, like, I did.
And that's another thing I'm going to point out about these people who are like body positivity. They were able to monetize their fat. They were able to get these jobs where they're standing behind politicians or they're in these political commercials and stuff like that because they're fat. I want you to picture going to a circus and you see the bearded lady, you see the strong man, you see the fire eater and stuff like that. That's exactly how politicians like to create their ad campaigns based off of. They want to have a bunch of different people from all walks of life. They want to have a circus so that they can attract people's attention and make people believe that that politician actually cares about everybody. That politician wants to be inclusive of everybody. When in reality, that politician is just advertising a circus.
It's something that's all my own. Like, I worked on that. But then I was also just like, if I lose this, are you still going to want me to like do this campaign for you? Are you still going to want me in your magazine? Are you still going to want to address me? And then I had to want me to like, I did.
Pay attention to what he said.
I worked on that. But then I was also just like, if I lose this, are you still going to want me to like do this campaign for you? Are you still going to want me in your magazine? Are you still going to want to address me? And then
like he just pointed out, he said, are you still going to want me in this campaign? Are you still going to want me in this little magazine cover? He's just filling the role of a circus attraction for those magazines, for those campaigns, those political campaigns. That's what he's doing. Listen, I want the real people who are like me, regular guys whose face has been shoved into the dirt because they tried to be a good boy. They tried to follow what people told them to do. You told me to go to college, I went to college. You told me to be a nice guy, I was a nice guy. You told me to be romantic, I tried to be romantic. You told me to be respectful, I was respectful. I want the guys who are like me. Not only the guys, but including the women too. Okay? Including the women too. We're all inclusive over here. Unlike these disingenuous buttholes who are on this Jubilee. And I'm talking about the fat ones and that one buff dude. I want regular people who have issues like me. I want you all to follow me into reality. Let's live in reality. Let's accept people for who they are. Let's accept humanity, human beings. Let's accept them for what they are. Let's accept that there are parts of the human brain, the lizard brain, which is unchanged. It has no reason to evolve. It has no reason to do anything, and it's going to remain like that for whatever. However long you think you're going to live. Let's go ahead and just accept that. Human beings are not going to change. Okay? I think once we do that and we accept reality, we can then move on to trying to figure out how to adapt ourselves properly to reality. That's the message that I want to put out there. I want people to adapt to reality. Stop trying to force people to like you. Stop trying to force people to skew their feelings to what you want their feelings to be. If you were born a man, you are a man. You can put on a dress. You can undergo estrogen therapy. You can shave down your Adam's apple. You can grow boobs. You can cut your wee-wee off. You could do all that stuff. You could get a BBL. You can make yourself look like a woman. But at the end of the day, you are a man. And you can present yourself however you want. And I will always encourage people to always treat other human beings with kindness and a level of respect. There should be a base level of respect for everybody, and common courtesy and human decency. I will always give you that as a form of respect. I will always be polite to you. I will always try to be nice to you. But do not mistake my kindness and human decency for me yielding to you. That's just how I show you my respect. You cannot tell me that you are a woman. You cannot make me accept you emotionally as a woman. You cannot make me accept you sexually as a woman. I can look at your boobs and I could go like, oh yeah, those are some nice boobs. They're nice boobs. I'm not gonna lie, they're nice boobs. But you are a man, and I'm attracted to women. Specifically, women who can produce for me children. That is what I am attracted to. You cannot produce for me children. You are a biological male. I'm not attracted to that. And you should have enough respect and common human decency for me to not try to force me to accept you as a woman. Because to accept you as a woman would mean that I have to look at you and feel that you are a woman. You cannot sit there and make me feel anything. You cannot make me lie to myself. You are a man at the end of the day, and you need to accept yourself. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, like, I'm not going to sit here and force you to feel anything about me or yourself. If you feel that you are a woman, that is fine. I respect your feelings. I accept your feelings. You can feel however you want, but you cannot tell me how to feel. You cannot force me to accept you any way. You cannot even tell me how to treat you. I treat everybody pretty much the same. I treat people pretty much the same. You're not going to make me treat you suddenly any different. I hold the door open, especially for older people. I hold the door open for older people. I've held the door open for delivery guys who are younger than me and stuff like that. Because again, I just wanted to make their lives a little bit easier, and I wanted to show them some common human decency. I will do that to anybody. And if you present yourself as a lady, guess what? There has been cross-dressers. I used to do security. They would come in at night and stuff like that. And guess what? I addressed them as ladies. You know why? I understood they were dudes. I understood they were dudes from the first time I saw them. But guess what? Why kill the vibe? They look like they look like they just had a good time. They look like they went to a party or something and stuff like that. Why would I want to kill the mood for them by making them feel a certain way? You see right there, that part what I just said? Why would I want to kill the vibe by making them feel a certain way? Don't kill my vibe. Don't try to make me feel a certain way either. Have some. This is what's missing from that LGBTQ community. They try to make you feel a certain way. They try to force you. And when you try to force your will onto somebody, I can't help but instinctually think that you are a predator. If you try to force your will onto me, I will look at you like I look at the pedos. I will have that same level of disgust towards you. I will have that same level of contempt towards you. I will have that same level of hatred towards you. Do not make me try to feel a way. Do not force your will onto me or to other people. Have some level of freaking respect. Some people are absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And I'm not talking about because of the way they look. I'm not talking about because of the way they identify. I'm talking about their behavior. If you try to force your will onto other people, you are disgusting. Plain and simple.
I had to take a step back and say well, what is it for me? Do I want to be skinny? No. Do I want to look like Greg? No. Do I want to look like Myron? No. But I know I want to look like me. I think talking about the law of attraction, you focus so heavy about what
we're circling back to this. This dude went like, do I want to look like Coach Greg? No. Do I want to look like Myron? No. That's called coping. He is saying that he wants to be fat. And you know what? If you came to the point where you're going like, I want to be fat, okay. But don't sit there and lie to the universe and saying that you would not want to look like Coach Greg or you would not want to look like Myron. Don't sit there and lie to the universe and say that you would not want to look like this. You can be positive about the way you look, and at the same time, you can also be truthful and admit how you want to look. Like, for example, I would love if I had, if my face was more symmetrical, and if I had good facial features like this guy had. I would love to have that. Here's the thing. I accept me for what I am, but at the same time, I could say, oh yeah, I would like to be like that. I'm 6'3", so I don't really care about the height. I'm already pretty tall. Okay, I don't really care about being any taller than where I am. But I'm fat and overweight, and it's unhealthy for my body. I would love to have a jacked body like this. I would love to look strong and stuff like that. That would be awesome. I can admit that. I can accept myself for how I look and how I am. But at the same time, I could be truthful. And this guy right here, he's not being truthful. And here's the thing. Again, like I said before, I want people to be and to live in reality with me. You could have a medical problem that's causing you to be a certain way. That's okay. We can accept that. I can accept that you're in a wheelchair, and I'm not going to feel disgust that you're in a wheelchair. I can accept that you might have a legitimate medical problem that stops you from losing weight like that. I can accept that, okay? But you can't at the same time make me feel attracted to you because of that. It sucks that you might have that medical problem, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to be attracted to you. Okay? It's the same thing with somebody who's anorexic. There might be a legitimate problem with you that makes you anorexic. And you know what? I can accept that. But it's still not going to make me feel sexually attracted to you. That's not going to change. I'm not going to be attracted to a bunch of like super skinny skin and bones and stuff like that. Like you're about to die from starvation. I'm not going to like that. I'm not going to be attracted to that. Same thing with somebody who's like super overweight. I'm not going to be attracted to that. And you have to be able to accept that. It's one thing to socially accept somebody for what they are and who they are. It's another thing to force somebody to feel a certain way about that person. Two different things. They're two different things.
Women would find attractive in the perspective of a woman, and I feel like, are you even attracted to yourself? When you look in that mirror, when you put your clothes on, are you like, damn, like I did that because when I got up this morning and I threw on my outfit, I was just like, yeah, I ate that.
Well, if you're going to talk about being attractive, etc., typically people are speaking from a romantic sense, from a heterosexual standpoint of men and women. So that's why I answered the question, because it was very blunt. That's what I mean. But of course, you need to be able to look in the mirror and respect the man that you see looking back at you. When you look back and you see the guy in your shape, etc., and you feel good about yourself, look good, feel good. A byproduct of that is that women just tend to find you more attractive. It all works together.
So,
are you happy with the way you do? Of course. But I had to work to build this physique, and it took many years. I was an athlete in college, a division athlete. It took many years to be able to do this. So, I wrote in college. Of course. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I like that. So, I think when fat people look in the mirror and they say, "Oh, I like that," that's coke, man. No, you don't. They say that to try to bring themselves up, but the reality is, most of the time when you're fat, you look in the mirror, you're like, "Damn, I really let myself go." Not every. Like, you know what? It's not that much of a priority.
Okay. Abe didn't get to answer the question around.
Yeah, I was.
So, I think what Myron pointed out was pretty accurate. I think a lot of people who are in this body positivity community, I think they like to cope with a few things. Earlier, this guy said, I looked at myself in the mirror and I was like, oh yeah, that's sexy. Did you really? Did you really? I think earlier this guy asked him, what are you physically attracted to? What is it that you're physically attracted to? And again, he gave a political answer. Oh, it's how people carry themselves. I'm not really attracted to their physical looks. Yes, you are. Everybody has physical requirements that they would like in a mate. Everybody has this. It is sexual in nature. It is feeling, so it is based off of sight. It is not based off of understanding. Feelings are based off of sight. They are based off of the experience. They are based off of the now, not the later. That's how that works. You can't sit here and be so doggone disingenuous that you're going to try to lie to the audience and say that you don't have any type of physical attraction to people. All you care about is how they carry themselves. So you're saying you like people who are confident. So does that mean you like people who are narcissistic as well? Because people who are the highest level of confidence that you can achieve is absolute narcissism. So I just can't help but go to that extreme. If this dude in green, this obese guy, this morbidly obese guy, if he says that he likes how people carry themselves, he likes that confidence, he likes all that stuff. So does that mean that your ultimate sexual attraction is to people who are narcissists? See, it doesn't make any sense when you take what it is that disingenuous people are saying and you just flip it around. All you have to do is just take it to the extreme. When he wants to be political, and this is what you do to everybody who wants to be political. If you want to flush out what they're saying, take what they're saying and take it to the extreme and back them in a corner. That's what I wish these people had said. That's what I wish the moderator had kind of pointed on. The moderator should have kind of hammered out on him, because the moderator asked him a solid question. But what features are you more attracted to? Are you more attracted to a guy who is fat or a guy who is jacked? Because that's the topic of the doggone conversation right now. Which one are you more attracted to? Jacked or fat? He did not give that answer. He gave something political. How you carry yourself. You don't know how they carry themselves from first sight. You don't know that. You walk into a room, you see somebody who's reading a book and stuff like that. You don't know if they're confident. You don't know if they have that swagger. Stupid. It's absolute, just asinine what this guy is even going on about. Absolute silly. Absolute silly.
It's in the same boat as you, just because I feel like I don't agree with the blanket statement. Personally, for myself as a gay man, I find myself attractive. I would say like I go for guys like you as well, and I feel like I get a lot of hits on those types of guys, and I'm pretty content with how I navigate my attraction, and I think it goes a lot to the status.
So he's gay. He's full on gay. He's not bisexual like this guy. So this guy is full on gay, and he says the type of guys that he likes to go for is he likes to go for this guy or this guy. Just to put it forward, he is shorter than this guy. He is shorter than this guy. So he himself likes to go for tall, burly type of dudes. He likes to go for big dudes. He did not say that he likes to go for his super fat guys. He did not say that. So just look again. All you have to do is just pay attention to what people do, not what people say. He already admitted he likes these muscular guys. He likes these big, burly type of lumberjack looking guys. He likes guys who are pretty much bigger than him physically, stronger than him physically. He does not like guys who are fatter than him.
And their confidence. So,
All right, let's go to the next prompt. After 4 years, Radical Empathy Podcast is now back.
There's a new episode out now.
Go give it a listen. The body positivity movement is problematic. Will you agree or step forward?
Riverside is a platform.
All right, we're back. Had to take
I think where it becomes a
small
problem
break.
is, obviously you should be comfortable in your body. If you genuinely love how you look, great. But you can't being someone who's overweight. I've been fortunate enough not to have any extreme complications other than like knee pain and stuff like that. But I know people that that are my size or bigger and they have cholesterol problems, heart problems, diabetes. I have none of that. So the body positivity movement becomes a problem when you hide behind the shield of, oh, I should love my body, Great, but you have to be healthy too. You can't know your vitals. You gotta check yourself on the inside.
Yeah, I think the big thing is you have to separate the health implication with you just being confident. Like I'm all for people to feel confident in their own skin. I think body positivity movement has been beneficial for plus size people in that regard, right? Because say there's a plus size person who's too embarrassed to go to the gym because they feel like they're gonna be judged, whatever it is.
I think this guy should have spoke up more in the prior topic, because a lot of the guys who are fat they kept bringing up, they kept trying to conflate physical attraction with confidence and how people carry themselves. You know what I mean? I don't like it when you try to kind of divert a topic like that. I believe that if you're going to address a topic, that you should address the topic straightforward, especially when the topic is pretty plain and straightforward. I can understand if you need to go into some maybe semantics and stuff like that when the topic is nuanced, but the topic in the prior conversation was pretty flat. What's more attractive, a fat body or a fit body? And I think we can all agree a fit body is more attractive. It doesn't matter how you carry yourself. They're not talking about you carrying yourself, because again, in the prior topic, Myron brought up a solid point. If you have somebody who's fat and you have somebody who's fit and all the metrics are the same, the person who is fit is what's going to be more selected versus the person who is fat. And so when they kept trying to butt in and throw in these nuanced arguments, well, what if they carry themselves a certain way? Or like the dude in green when he stated how he's attracted to, he apparently he doesn't have any type of physical attractions. Even though he has sex with both men and women, he doesn't have any type of physical attractions. He's so special. He's pretty much has surpassed humanity and stuff like that. He's like this new special human, and so he doesn't have any type of physical attraction. Big boobs, small boobs, he don't care. A big butt, a small butt, he don't care. A fat body, a fit body, he don't care. None of that stuff interests him. He has no biological interest in a human. The only thing he goes by is how that human makes him feel. Okay, and so he's a special new human being. But anyway, again, the prior topic was just talking about what's going to be more attractive, a fat body or a fit body. And generally speaking, it's always going to be the fit body. You can't throw in these nuanced arguments like, oh yeah, well, what if they carry themselves? Or what if their confidence or clout or their money or their height? All of these factors mean absolutely nothing to that conversation. They were simply talking about the topic was very simple. Do you want a fit body or do you want a fat body? That's it. Which one is more attractive? Fit body or fat body? What, generally speaking, men and women, what are they going to find more attractive? A fit body or a fat body? What if he's tall? Okay, which one do you think is more attractive? A tall, fat body or a tall, fit body? Or what about how he carries himself? He's confident. Okay, so which one do you think is more attractive? A confident, tall, fat body or a confident, tall, fit body? Here's the thing. I know Jubilee's style where they typically don't try to get into the conversation, though the moderator has tried to chime in a little bit. We already know where the moderator stands, and I think that's kind of poor moderation. I don't think as a moderator, people should be able to listen to you in a debate and try to absolutely understand where your stance is. People should not be able to get that from the moderator. So I think the moderator is acting poorly in that regards. I think the moderator could have did a better job at centering the conversation so that the conversation doesn't go so broad. It doesn't go so widely off of topic. If your topic is what's more attractive, a fat body or a fit body, he should have did everything in his power to make sure everybody's answers was pretty much within that confines of that question. He should have put a box around that question instead of just leaving it so open where somebody can just basically divert the topic and start talking about confidence, money, height, how they carry themselves, their swagger and stuff like that. All of that was not necessary. If he had did just like I did, which one are you attracted to? Fat or fit? Which one are you attracted to? Tall and fat or tall and fit? Which one are you attracted to? Swagger and fat or swagger and fit. He could have did that conversation a whole lot better. So I would give that criticism to Jubilee.
Yes, but because of body positivity, they're like, oh, yeah, I see other plus size people in the gym, maybe I'm gonna try. And all of a sudden they start going, oh man, I like this, right? And you keep it going. You can argue that without body positivity, maybe that they would have never happened to that person. Right? But I think the problematic part really comes down to people extrapolating body positivity. Do that without body positivity, they're like, oh, yeah, they're just being confident. Like I'm all for people to feel confident in their own skin. I think body positivity movement has been beneficial for plus size people in that regard, right? Because to say there's a plus size person who's too embarrassed to go to the gym because they feel like they're gonna be judged, whatever it is.
Okay, so I kind of disagree with him on this idea that body positivity makes somebody so confident that they go to the gym. There is nothing confidence about going to the gym. I am an obese person. I look at myself in the mirror. I see how people see me. Okay, I understand how people see me. In my head, I think people are judging me. I understand that. To go to the gym has nothing to do with confidence. I do not need the confidence to go to the gym. I need to have the desire to want to change to go to the gym. Okay? We all have to exist in this world. We all have to function in society in a healthy way. Okay? So I have to go to work. I'm fat. I'm wearing these big clothes. I still got to get on that bus. I still got to go to work. I still got to talk to people. Okay? I still got to go to the grocery store. I still got to go to the laundromat. I still got to do all these things while in this fat body. If I can go to work and go to the laundry and go to the grocery store, I can most certainly take my fat butt to a gym and exercise. I do not need confidence to go to the gym. Fat people do not need confidence to go to the gym. So his point is mute about the body positivity movement. You do not need confidence to go to the gym. You need to have the desire for change to go to the gym. I can go to the grocery store and buy myself a bunch of Twinkies. I love Twinkies, by the way. I could buy myself a bunch of Twinkies and some chocolate milk. I can literally be in the aisle holding a big old box of Twinkies while somebody who's skinnier or maybe even an attractive woman could be right next to me. I don't need confidence to buy that box of Twinkies while an attractive woman is next to me. If I want those Twinkies, I'm going to get those Twinkies. That's how that works. If I want to order that pizza, I'm going to order that pizza. That's how that works. If I want to go to McDonald's and order myself a double quarter pounder, if I want to order a double quarter pounder, I don't need confidence to go order a double quarter pounder. I'm just going to eat that double quarter pounder. You're skinny, bro. And based off of your genes, based off of your genetics, because I know you probably have a hard time building a bigger body. No shame on you. I'm just being observant about probably the limitations of your genetics. We all have genetic limitations. I can confidently say that you probably have not been morbidly obese a day in your life. So you do not know from a morbidly obese standpoint what we need to function day to day. Is really the only thing when it comes to being morbidly obese is you're really just fighting yourself and you're fighting this false image of society because you think everybody's judging you. You think everybody is laughing at you. You think all this stuff in your head. And you have all these internalized self-hatred, all these negative emotions and stuff that is filling you up. These are what you're really fighting. You do not need confidence. Confidence is not even part of this equation. You do not need confidence to go to the gym. I'm so beautiful. I love my curves. I love my curves so much that I want to go to the gym and lose it. If you're really beautiful, if you really believe you're beautiful, if you really believe that you're hot in your own skin, why would you go to the gym? Why would you go to the gym and lose that? That's like me saying, I'm tall, and I make, let's say I make $100,000. No, $250,000 a year. I make $250,000 a year, and I'm tall. I'm 6'5", baby. And I make $250,000 a year. Why would I quit my job making $250,000 a year to work at McDonald's and make minimum wage? I'm beautiful, right? Why would I give that up? Why would I throw that away? If a certain metric about me is what makes me stand out, it's what makes women attracted to me, it's what makes people respect and like me, why would I give that metric up? So if you're really fat and you think you're beautiful, you would not go to the gym and get rid of that fat, because that fat is what makes you beautiful. Not you. That fat is what makes you beautiful. Ridiculous. You don't need confidence to go to no doggone gym.
But it's because of body positivity, they're like, oh, hey, I see how many plus size people in the gym. Maybe I'm gonna try. And all of a sudden they start going, oh man, I like this, right? And they keep it going. You can argue that without body positivity, maybe that they would have never happened for that person, right? But I think the problematic part really comes down to people extrapolating body positivity, shaming a celebrity, like let's say Adele, for losing weight, right? That's where I would kind of draw the line there.
Or promoting Lizzo. Making fun of Adele for losing weight, but promoting Lizzo for being fat. Unacceptable.
Do we feel, are a lot of people doing it?
I think the thing around Lizzo is it's not just the weight, it's the lifestyle. You like see her drinking all the time and partying and not sleeping. There's like so little to do with health. It's not just she's promoting like loving yourself, which I think is great. She's promoting a lifestyle that is unhealthy, like being very overweight, drinking, not sleeping. All of these things are not going to.
Okay. Body positivity is not about your lifestyle. Body positivity is about loving yourself for who and what you are. That's what body positivity is. It just so happened that the body positivity was hijacked by morbidly obese women in an attempt to force guys who are fit, guys who are jacked, to try to force them to accept those same morbidly obese women as just as pretty as the women who are in shape. And one of the people who did this is a celebrity named Lizzo. Body positivity is not about everything this dude just listed off. It's not about Lizzo going drinking. It's not about Lizzo partying. It's not about Lizzo not sleeping. I'm sure Lizzo gets her doggone sleep, bro. Like, I don't know what the hell you even talking about, okay? And nobody's going to hate on Lizzo for partying. She's a young woman. She is a young woman. Young American women, they party. They like to go out. They like to have fun and stuff like that. They like to go out and drink. They like to go get high and stuff like that. This is part of the American culture, okay? Nobody hates on Lizzo because she goes out and do what every woman and man is doing. I don't know what this clown is talking about. Nobody hates on Lizzo because she drinks. No one hates on Lizzo because she has this fast lifestyle. Do you know how many celebrity women who were fit, who did the same thing? Do you know how many males do the same thing? Do you know in college, I did the same thing. In college, guess what? I went to the bars. I went to the bars on Friday and Saturday, and I went and had myself a blast. I went and had myself a party. I danced with girls. I drank. You know what I'm saying? I might have got exposed to the Mary Jane. I might have got exposed to Mary Jane Blige. You know what I'm saying? People of the green leaf, that green background. You know what I'm saying? I might have got exposed to that. I had fun, and nobody cares that Lizzo is having fun. I don't know what this clown is talking about. I don't know what the heck he's talking about. This dude, I don't know what he's talking about. This dude in yellow, I don't know what he's talking about. He's talking about what? Lizzo partying. Nobody cares about how Lizzo parties. What people do not like about Lizzo is the same thing what people do not like about the morbidly obese people who have hijacked the body positivity movement, right? And just to be fair, these same morbidly obese people are what started the body positivity movement. You see, the body positivity movement should have been about accepting, is basically not even externally. The body positivity movement was supposed to be about you yourself as an individual accepting yourself for all of your flaws. Whether you're fat due to a medical problem, or anorexic due to a medical problem, or because you're in a wheelchair due to a medical problem, you are still a beautiful human being. That's what the body positivity movement was supposed to be about. It was not supposed to get jacked and fit dudes, right? This dude right here, very lean. You got that. He has that. He's like this athletic Asian boy band aesthetics, right? There you go. It was not supposed to be about forcing these guys to see a woman like Lizzo as beautiful. It was to make a woman like Lizzo see herself as beautiful. It was supposed to make a person who's in a wheelchair, who thinks that the world doesn't like them or that nobody's attracted to them, it was supposed to make them think that they themselves are beautiful. It was supposed to get them to accept themselves, right? It was supposed to basically put them in a state of mind where they can improve themselves by accepting themselves first and then trying to adapt yourself to society. That's really, ideally, that's what it was supposed to have been about. But that's not what it became. It basically became about accepting morbidly obese women just as beautiful as a 10 out of 10 supermodel who's on the cover of Vogue magazine. That's what it became about. So this guy, with due respect, you know, you put in some work. You got a fantastic body. I respect you for your dedication and your work. Unfortunately, you're a little bit delulu. You're a little bit delulu because you're living inside this world and you're trying to be as accepting of every single thing underneath the sun. As a human being, you don't need to be accepting of everything under the sun. Do you accept people who harm children? If the answer is you do not accept people who harm children, guess what? At the same time, I want you to say, I don't accept everything underneath the sun. Nobody does. So if you don't want to accept somebody for being morbidly obese, you don't have to accept somebody for being morbidly obese. If you're not attracted to somebody who has a penis, you don't have to be attracted to people who has a penis. You're allowed to feel the way you want. Not try to basically concede and yield to everything underneath the sun. And also, that's just not masculine. That's just not masculine. You need to have a level of self-respect, and you need to have enough love for yourself to have a code of conduct, to have certain rules that you abide by and certain beliefs that you abide by. You need to have that. You can't be so wishy-washy where you're going to try to say, oh, everything is fine. No, everything is not fine.
To your health. So I think you conflate that, and sure, being body positive is important, like loving yourself, loving the way you look, but if that's going to influence other people to make bad decisions about their body and their health, that's problematic.
Body positivity is disempowering people. It's making them think that they're healthy at any size, which they're not. And so as soon as you start telling people, hey, just love your body, like Lizzo literally rubbed her belly and said, you're giving me all this power as she's eating a burger and she's promoting being obese. And by doing this, you're just ruining it for people who actually should think, wait a minute, I can lose weight, I can go to the gym, I can eat less, I can do this.
Personally, my problem with body positivity isn't necessarily what it stands for, and I feel like there's a misconception because there are those people that they use it to justify fatness and just, I don't even want to say fatness, I want to make it very clear, unhealthiness. Because there's someone like me who I wouldn't say I'm necessarily part of the body positive community anymore. Personally, I would say I champion body diversity because it's all encompassing.
Okay, so basically what he's trying to talk about, and later on in the show, you're going to kind of see that he tries to make it distinguish. On YouTube and other platforms, you have what is called a mukbang. A mukbang is basically, you'll see people eating and stuff like that. Now, it's not each mukbang is not necessarily unhealthy, but generally speaking, with these mukbangs, you typically see people who are overweight and they basically try to entertain other people by eating as much food as possible. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll order like, I don't know, like 25 double cheeseburgers and they'll try to eat all those double cheeseburgers. I want you to think a hot dog eating contest, except they do this a few times a week. They basically try to have a hot dog eating contest live on stream in front of other people to get people to engage, to entertain people and stuff like that, and to basically make a living online. So that's what these mukbangs do. Naturally speaking, if that's not healthy, you should not be participating in a hot dog like eating contest every day with different foods. You should not be doing that. You should not be eating like 100 bags of you should not be eating like 100 bags of Takis or something like that. You shouldn't be doing that. With that being said, that is essentially what he's trying to distinguish people who are part of the body positivity community with people who do unhealthy stuff like mukbangs. My only pushback would be the people who do the mukbangs are still part of the body positivity movement, because the body positivity movement has nothing to do with what you do in your spare time. It's about loving your body. So I can love my body, and at the same time, I could put myself in front of a camera and I could just, I could do that. I could do that. Because guess what? Who are you to say that I'm not part of the body positivity community? Just because for a living, to make some extra money, I do these mukbangs where I eat like a whole bowl of Takis and 20 double cheeseburgers and 100 hot dogs. And I do this all at once and stuff like that. But guess what? I love my body. I look in the mirror and I go like, dang, I'll tap that. Isn't that what he was saying earlier when he said he looked at himself in the mirror and he said, "Oh yeah, I'll tap that. I'll do that. I like that. I like that big old body, that big old tummy, stuff like that. Them droopy boobs. I like that. I like that a lot." That's what he was saying. That's what he was saying earlier. So guess what? You can't have a body this big. You can't have a body this big without overeating. Just like what Myron pointed out, if you just stuck to a healthy diet, you would naturally not be this big, because your body can't maintain homeostasis with a basic 2,000 calorie diet. That's actually what I'm doing. I'm actually proving something with people by having my diet set to 2,000 calories, which is the, I think it's the national standard for a human diet is about 2,000 calories. By setting my diet to 2,000 calories and just exercising, first off, the 2,000 calories alone guarantees that I lose about 1 pound a week. My exercise basically forces me to lose about 2 more pounds a week. So between my diet and exercise, I'm losing about 3 pounds a week. If you ate a standard American diet, which is based off of 2,000 calories, you cannot maintain this fat. You can't maintain this fat. You can't maintain this fat. You know why? Because you don't have enough calories to maintain the homeostasis that you need to maintain that fat. Your body's just naturally going to burn it off. It's going to burn off fat to try to maintain the other fat. And it's going to keep on doing it until you don't have any more fat left. And basically, it'll keep on doing it until the amount of calories you consume matches what your body needs. Whether that take a year, 2 years, or 3 years, it don't matter. That's what your body is going to do. And it's not going to stop doing that because it's simple biology.
Inclusive of what everybody is doing within their journey. When I expressed the desire to lose weight, another plus size individual that I used to be friends with was just like, well, I don't feel like I can share your content because I'm not sure how my followers are going to perceive this. I think it might be triggering for them and stuff like that. And my response to it was, well, if you're championing body positivity, then what I'm doing should not be a problem, because the entire time that I've been advocating for people that look like me or people who have been othered in.
So I will give him his props for this, even though I don't like this individual. It's fair for him to say that he's no longer part of the body positivity movement because he's trying to lose some weight. Like I said, the body positivity movement isn't what people think it is, because it was pretty much hijacked It was, now, don't get me wrong, the body positivity movement was started by these morbidly obese women. But at the same time, the body positivity movement did not become what it was supposed to become because it was hijacked by the same women who started that body positive movement. It was hijacked by these morbidly obese women who were trying to force attractive guys like the one in this background, right? Or fit guys like Coach Greg or that Asian dude or Myron. It was to try to force them to accept them as like supermodels. Okay? It was, the body positivity was never for guys like these. It was never about this because women don't like this. Women do not like this. So it was never about fat guys. It was always about morbidly obese fat women. They tried to get more power, so they tried to be more inclusive. That's why at a certain point, you saw the body positive movement started mentioning people who had disabilities, right? Like, for example, there was the time where they were starting to include women with autism, women who were missing a limb, women who were in wheelchairs and stuff like that. They basically wanted to gain more power. So these women, first they went from just morbidly obese fat women to include women who were, who had different physical, I don't want to say ailments, but different physical disabilities that made them different than normal. So that's what they started to do. They started to do that because they wanted to gain more power. Then it came to a certain point where guys were pointing out, hey, you're not really including fat guys in this body positivity movement because we're not seeing fat guys get featured on magazines. And that's where guys like him came into play. That's where this dad bod lumberjack giant in the background, that's where he came into play. They started because, again, they're trying to be more inclusive so that they can have more power politically. And so that's why he was able to build a brand, and he was able to build a brand, and they were able to get featured on magazines, and they were able to get included in political campaigns or different type of clothing campaigns and stuff like that, because the body positivity movement was losing ground and it was losing its power. So it kept on expanding and expanding and expanding to include pretty much everybody under the sun. And unfortunately, that's also where the body positivity movement ran into a wall. Because if you're going to celebrate people who are fat, then you also have to celebrate people who are fit. And that was the issue. That was the issue. So when fat people decided that they're going to lose the weight, guess what? They were pretty much exiled from the body positivity movement. Oh, you want to lose the weight? Oh no, we don't like that. That's why like people like Adele, after she got big and then she wanted to like lose the weight, they were like, no. You're not part of the body positivity movement because that means you never really loved your curves. No. I did love my curves. I accepted who I was before. But you know what? That was also unhealthy for me to be in that state. So I decided that I'm going to lose the weight. And now that I lost the weight, I love my new body. Why is it that for the body positivity movement, why is it that you can only love yourself when you are imperfect? Why is it that you can only love yourself when you are fat? Why is it that you can only love yourself when you don't fit what society wants you to be? That's why the body positivity movement is a bunch of BS. That's why it ran into a wall. Okay? That's why you got guys like him who said, you know what, let me lose a couple of pounds because I don't like how it makes me feel. I don't like waking up in pain. I don't like sometimes feeling like there's no circulation of blood in my legs or something like that. I don't like that. I need to go ahead and lose the weight. So that's why when guys like him want to lose the weight, they're no longer part of the body positivity movement.
Any capacity in general is that all bodies are good bodies. What we do with our body is what matters. And so body diversity is important to me because for a guy like you, or a guy like the two of you, might suffer from body dysmorphia. And that's a very real thing. You might not see yourself for what you really are. And so you're seeking up.
I agree with what he said. He said all bodies are good bodies, but not all bodies are healthy bodies. Let's see.
Healthy habits suffer from body is what matters. People who have been othered in any capacity in general is that all bodies are good bodies. What we do with our body is what matters.
Yeah. So all bodies are good bodies. It's what we do with our bodies that matter. I will agree with him on that point. All bodies are good bodies. Okay? You can have medical problems that create certain situations for you that's not ideal. You could have medical problems that put you in a wheelchair. You could be born with certain defects that make it hard for you to exist in the world. I will accept you. I will love you as my fellow man. I will never shun you for that. I can accept that. But just because you have deformities or just because you have medical ailments that prevent you from living normally, it doesn't mean that you have to accept your body. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, if you do actually have thyroid issues that prevent you from losing weight, never gain the weight in the first place. Always maintain a healthy diet. Do not ever go above that 2,000 calorie limit or whatever it is that you need for your body. Do not ever go over that limit. And if you do that, you will not become morbidly obese. So it is important what you do with your body. You can even if you have thyroid issues, you can still do active. You can still walk. You can still make sure that you're getting good blood circulation. You can always do that. If you're in a wheelchair and you don't have the usage of your legs, there's nothing stopping you from strengthening your upper body. You can still make sure that your upper body is strong and that you got a strong core. You can always do that. You can always make sure that you're not handicapped, you're handy capable. It would be like, oh, you a big dude? Listen here, big dude, I'm in a wheelchair, but I tell you what, if you come over here and mess with me, I'm going to make sure that you regret it. You could be handy capable. You can make sure you strengthen yourself and stuff like that. So when that big dude tries to come down and hit you, oh, look, you grab his arm and you climb up his body like a freaking monkey and you put that dude in a chokehold and you make him regret messing with you. You can still do that. Oh, you only got one arm? Well, guess what? Just because you got one arm don't mean you don't have to have one strong arm that can give a mean hook. Or strong legs that can kick the crap out of you like a donkey. You can still do that.
And so body diversity is important to me because for a guy like you, or a guy like the two of you, might suffer from body dysmorphia. And that's a very real thing. You might not see yourself for what you really are. And so
I like his idea about body diversity. It's just that he's still taking it in the same direction of body positivity. Essentially, the only thing he's doing is he's taking body positivity and he's relabeling it and calling it body diversity and stuff like that. I'm sorry, but an obese body that does not have any medical problems is not a healthy body, and that should not be part of that diversity that he's talking about. It should always be striving towards like a fit, healthy body. That's what it should always be. And you can have a healthy body at the age of 60. You can have, even if your body is failing, it could still be in a relatively healthy state. So I don't know. So this guy, he's just taking body positivity. He's relabeling it so that it can fit his new persona. Because first he was making money off of being morbidly obese. And now he's trying to make money being in a different state because he knows that he's a circus attraction. He knows the only reason why people are putting him on magazine and political campaigns is because they're using him like a little dancing monkey. He knows that. He can lie in front of the camera, but between us, we know the truth.
So you're seeking unhealthy habits to achieve a goal. To get where you want to go, like you just got to give it time. Be healthy in all aspects, like mentally, physically. You've got to find the right avenue to do what it is that you need to do for yourself.
The body positivity movement is a huge science to keep us fat or stupid. It's all a scam. The reality is that Big Pharma wants money, and they understand that when you're fat, you have health problems. They understand that you're going to need insulin, you're going to need medication, etc. And they make a bunch of money on being sick. There is no incentive to actually have you be healthy. So let's go ahead and make our people fat as hell, get them in the hospitals, get them on medication, continue to make money, etc. It's all big science.
So you believe it's all intentional?
Yes, we promote mediocrity.
I feel like it's a subset. Yes, I'm sitting here because I do think that there is a part of it that is problematic. But I think that the problematic part of it is a subset of people that use it as a tool to weaponize whatever it is that they're doing.
I think the whole movement is a problem. Body positivity movement in general is a problem. All of it.
So you shouldn't feel positive even about your own, like for you, is for instance,
Well,
like,
I think you haven't earned, here's the thing, being happy and content with yourself, it's not given, it's earned. You have to go out there, work, and then you're gonna feel that satisfaction, like, I earned that.
So at what point do you earn it though?
When you can look back in the mirror and actually, genuinely, not coping, respect the man that you see before you. And the reality is, people are gonna realize that you're gonna need to achieve a certain physique, because you have always got people, I love my body. No, it's a lie. You're just coping, you're lying to yourself, and now all the people on Instagram with the body positivity, they're lying to themselves. They're not happy where they want to be. They just accept that because they're too lazy to make a change.
No, but I genuinely do love my body.
Right now as you are?
Yeah.
Then why you want to do it?
I will explain it to you. I love everything that my body is capable of doing. I love the fact that at my size, I can do a lot of things that other people smaller than me still cannot do.
Which one was what though?
Yeah, right. Which is good. I want to lose weight because I love my body, but I have one body. Why would I not love it? And because I love my body, is why I'm making changes. Right? But to say that loving your body is BS, no. You make changes. You make healthy changes to yourself because you love yourself. All of that time that I'm putting in, the work, the money that I'm spending, that's a labor of love because I love myself enough to know that I want to make some changes to live a better lifestyle in the sense of I can just do a little bit more.
All right, let's bring in our disagreeers.
A single problem. Oh no, I'm not saying it's not a single problem. To me, body positivity is more about bodily autonomy. Like you were mentioning wanting to lose weight. My whole thing is like, get your body, do whatever you want with it. I don't think I as a human being have a right to tell any of you what to do with your bodies. Body positivity kind of comes in and goes, okay, you as a human being have inherent value. Just in the fact that you are a conscious soul on this planet, you have an inherent value. You are within a vessel of your body that you do have control over, but at the same time, you're not less valuable to society or from the standpoint of the soul for what your body looks like. When I'm speaking about body positivity, I'm talking about the over-acceptance and encouragement of being obese. So I personally, again, I'm not super online, have not seen anybody pro-obesity ever. There's a bunch of, she loves herself.
Make a guy out of avocado.
No, there's a big difference.
Actively promoting obesity.
She's not telling anyone to get fat.
She's showing you exactly how to do it and saying, look at my body, it's like love and it's giving me life, and she's like joking around.
And also, and see, here's the thing, there's a bunch of fat influencers that pushes body positivity situation, and a bunch of them are dead now. No one talks about that. That didn't hit mainstream news. So I'm in that space.
Yeah, which influencers you talk about?
I don't recall their names, but there's a couple that in the past where they're YouTubers. They used to do these mukbangs where they eat a bunch of food.
That's totally different.
That's
They're not a
mukbang.
part of our community. That's a completely different.
That's a lie. Because again, these guys are trying to conflate. It's like what I said earlier. These guys are trying to conflate what you do in your spare time with body positivity. No, body positivity is about accepting. It's about loving yourself regardless of your weight. And if you have to consume 6,000 calories worth of donuts in front of a camera to do that, it means nothing because it's the body positivity movement. So what they do in their spare time to earn money and stuff like that has nothing to do with the body positivity movement. It's only about how you feel about yourself and just accepting yourself for who you are, right? That's what body positivity is. The fact that these guys are trying to change it, like this guy, he's trying to change the body positivity movement by calling it body diversity. And the other guy, he's trying to talk about what body positivity movement was supposed to be. Like what I described earlier, that's what I kept describing what body positivity was supposed to be. And what it does come down is body positivity should have been about acknowledging that if you are born, you are human, you have an inherent value regardless of the state of your body. You have an inherent value. And that's what body positivity should have been about, but that's not why body positivity was started, and that's not what body positivity has become. So with all due respect, they don't know what they're talking about. And the reason why they don't know what they're talking about is because body positivity was never supposed to include men.
We're not saying we're gonna go to a restaurant and pig out just because it's entertaining or anything like that. There are people that they're called gainers, that their whole lifestyle, their fetish and things like that revolves around gaining weight.
Yeah, and I understand that you're saying that's not a component of the body positivity movement, but you gotta understand for the general masses, they're watching that, they're gonna attribute it to that. They're not in the niche, they're not a creator, so they're not looking at no, this person is just a gluttonous person. No, they look at everyone who's obese that's making content about being obese and continuing that lifestyle as part of the body
But they're
positivity
not making content about being obese, they're making content about overeating.
Yes, and they
which
also
is also
encourage
an
that.
eating disorder.
Yeah, and they also encourage being fat as well.
Do you think just being in a fat body and being in the public space encourages obesity, just flat out?
Yes.
So just us existing, we're saying,
Yes.
yay, everyone go gain weight?
It absolutely impacts other people to think, well, hey, you're
I've
6'6",
never
good looking
looked
and
at
modeling,
that,
but I'm going to encourage other people to, oh, hey, look at him, he's got
So
all
then
this.
what about when I go to the gym?
So I just want to point out something this guy kind of said. He said, so do you think us being inside the public limelight encourages people to be overweight and to live an unhealthy lifestyle? And the answer is yes. The answer is absolutely yes. Because when people see this and they see him in these different ad campaigns and they see him on TV being political and stuff like that, they normalize this. They normalize this. They normalize that fat. They think this is perfectly acceptable to be in this state because when they look on TV, they're just going to think that the majority of people are like what they see on TV. It's the same thing when you see fitness models and you see people who are jacked and stuff like that. When you see buff dudes with six packs, you in your head, you think every guy has a six pack and that every guy is buff and that if I want to be a normal person, I need to be what I see on TV. And if I see on TV somebody who's big and strong, I too want to be big and strong. If I see somebody on TV who is fat and out of shape and they just have absolutely no self-control, I want to be fat and out of shape and with no self-control because that's how everybody is. And I want to be like everybody else. I want to be normal. That's how children think.
When I step into the gym, or when Zach steps into the gym, or when any of us step into the gym, are we promoting being bigger like that too? Are we going there and is our presence there unwanted?
By being famous, rich, popular, and being obese, you're indirectly promoting it in the same way that people who take steroids and are 350 pounds of muscle in Mr. Olympia are indirectly promoting it even if they don't say they're taking it.
But I'm speaking more specifically in the gym, in that space where people should be coming together to work on their bodies and stuff like that. If you saw us in the gym,
I would be happy and proud and excited, and my whole channel is about helping people who are overweight to lose weight and have realistic expectations. I would never say you have to look like this, you need abs. It's just, let's go halfway there. That's my entire channel, of which I have over 2 million followers. It's all about realistic goals, helping people overweight to lose weight. That is what my channel is all about.
but we're in public, and you made the statement that if we step out in public, that it would encourage people to live an unhealthy lifestyle.
The more friends you have who are overweight, the more likely you're going to be overweight. It just happens to happen. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't. If 90% of the world were overweight, more people would be encouraged to be overweight.
As just on this side, I don't think any of us have ever looked at a person heavier than ourselves and gone, I want to be that. That's a great thing to be. No, we have the same internalized biases as everybody else does. He was breaking up the gym before, and you said by existing just in a fat body, we are promoting it. I model, and when I do model fitness wear, which I do often, I get so many comments about like, oh, you are promoting obesity. I'm wearing fitness wear. I'm in the gym. I'm doing the thing you want me to do, and
I don't think they understand how human behavior works. This guy right here, he tried to make an argument that, oh, if I go to the gym and I'm working out, am I telling people to not work out? Question is, are there children in the gym? The answer is no. Most gyms are filled with adults. Adults are not going to be looking at this dude who comes into the gym and he's like super fat. They're not going to be looking at him and going like, man, I want to be like him. They're going to be going like, oh yeah, that's where I used to be and I'm no longer that. And in fact, they're going to want to show out more in front of him because they want him to look at them and go like, hey bro, you can do it. Hey bro, you can achieve these muscles just like me. You could get big and strong like me, or you could get as skinny as me and stuff like that, bro. Keep it up. Welcome to the gym. We love you. That's generally how people at the gym are. They're not going to look at him and go like, dang, I want to be like him. But when people see guys like him and guys like him on TVs and in front of magazines, what they're going to think is they're going to go like, oh, this is normal. It is normal to be this fat. Oh, it's normal to have a flabby body and stuff like that. That's just how everybody is. And since that's how everybody is, that's how it's okay. So that means it's okay for me to be like that too. They're signing a permission slip for little kids, for people who are developing, for people who are learning, for people who are young and they're becoming older. They're going to see these guys right here, these influencers, and they're going to think, oh, it's okay for me to be this big. oh, it's okay for me to be this flabby. I don't need to get jacked like the other guys on the other side of the room. I don't need to get fit like the other guys on the other side of the room, because they're going to look at them and they're going to go like, this guy, he was bragging about how he has a wife and children. Well, if he could get a wife and children and he's not perfect or stuff like that, and he's not a jerk off, and he doesn't do all this stuff, and he's a nice guy, I could do the same thing. That's how people are going to, that's how young men are. If he can do it, I can do it. That's what they're trying to say. These guys saying, oh, well, I looked at people and growing up and stuff like that, and I didn't see any fat people and went like, man, that's what I want to be. Well, guess what? When these guys grew up, they didn't have fat people all over magazines. They knew growing up what people wanted. It's just that they got lazy, just like I got lazy. And they just didn't care about themselves or what other people were thinking about them. And so they let themselves get fat. And then at some point in time, they told themselves, you know what? It's okay for you to be fat. And this guy has some success, and he's going like, well, if I had success and people are okay with how I look, it must be good for me to be this big. You're 6'5". You're basically a basketball player. You got basically, he has a professional athlete type of build. Of course, everybody's going to be looking at you and going like, oh yeah, you're okay. Try acting how he acts and you're only 5'5". It's going to be a whole different story. And I don't think he understands that or acknowledges it, because he's only applying the world through his lens. So he's being a little bit narcissistic. It's the same thing with this guy. They're being a little bit narcissistic about things. They're only attributing the world from their lens. They have basically no empathy. They can't identify the world through maybe other people's lenses, right? They can't identify what is it like to be 5'5" and also be this fat and know what it is to go through the world like that. They can't empathize with that. They can only go off of their own personal experiences, which says a lot about them, that they have such a limited worldview that they can only go off of their own experiences. I'm going to put this out there. These guys right here are jerks. These guys right there are jerks. They're narcissistic. They have such a limited worldview that they can only think about themselves. So they're selfish people in general. They don't know what the heck they're talking about. And their arguments are weak.
I'm still promoting obesity. If you're exercising and you're trying to lose weight, then you're promoting people who are overweight to try to lose weight. That's great. But if you're Lizzo and rubbing your belly,
I don't know shit about Lizzo. It's about influencers that promote gluttonous, lethargic lifestyle. That's what we're talking about. If you're in the gym and you're fat and you're getting after and you're documenting that, that's
That's was body positivity, and you're talking about influencers who promote gluttonous lifestyles, and that again is not body positivity.
So that's why we don't have that distinction though.
I do think we have a good read though on how each individual sees the body positivity movement. All right, the next prompt is, I am satisfied with my sex life. Agree or step forward?
Here's how I get automated notes and
Commercials.
Will abuse my body. Will you agree or step forward? Is, I am satisfied with my sex life. Agree or step forward?
Oh, so they cut that part off. So you can only view that on Patreon.
Will you agree or step forward?
I'll start by saying I've abused my body many times. Being a bodybuilder, a professional bodybuilder, I've abused steroids, did that for over 10 years. I don't think you can get to the level that you have to get to be a professional bodybuilder while being natural. And so absolutely, and I would say that somebody trying to abuse steroids to get that muscle, to get that look, is just as unhealthy as somebody who's obese. So I don't try to be a hypocrite. I say I've done these poor choices. I'm 48 now, I don't do steroids anymore. And so I recognize that what I did in the past was bad, probably took years off my life. And so I would say to people who are overweight, why don't you do the same thing? And if you're not, then do you really care about your health? Because if you do, you would stop doing the things that are leading to being morbidly obese.
But then to your own argument, you spent 10 years doing something you knew was inherently unhealthy. Correct. But then you're going to turn around and tell people that they should just wake up.
Yes, exactly. Like people should have told me, Greg, why do you keep doing this to yourself? You do not recognize what's going to happen, and if we call it shaming. Why are you using steroids, Greg? Think of it. Think of the years you're taking off your life. Maybe out of weight.
But the problem is in your own awakening, right? The power right there was in your own awakening to realize within yourself that you were doing something negative and then you made a change for it, right? And that change is now consistent. That change is now something that you can give a testimony about and help other people change their ways or persuade people to just not do it at all, right?
But building on what you said, what was the moment, where the perspective shift?
Well, I got old enough and realized I can't get any better at this. I can keep taking more and more drugs and try to sustain this, but I said, it's not worth it anymore. So I had to completely change my mind around what I was doing, which was being judged on my appearance. Remember, I make money on how I look. And so that's going to have a huge impact on me. And I had to say, I need to get my dopamine, my self-worth from something else. So I quit doing all the bodybuilding competitions and I said, I'm going to start riding bikes. I'm going to learn Spanish. I'm going to do something else where I can feel good about myself. And it's hard. Like, look at this guy, 300 pounds of muscle. 20 years from now, is he going to want to still be this size? He might look back and say, I maybe regret certain things. And I think if somebody's overweight, they're going to think the same things. Like if you're 400, 500, 600 pounds, you're going to think is it worth doing this? Is it worth eating all the time? It's tough.
I think it's the first actual middle ground I think we're finding, which is really great because it's true. I mean, I've been harmful to myself on both sides of the spectrum. There are times I was taking 20 to 30 diet pills and laxatives a day, eating less than 400 calories a day, working out nonstop. And there's the other times where I was eating way too much, smoking way too much, drinking way too much, and abusing my body in the other way. I think we all come to the realization of what we're doing is harmful in different ways at different times. So it took you 10 years to come to realize that was harmful. My thing is sometimes it takes people who might be overweight or at that high tier, that 500, 600 pounds, to realize that it's harmful for them. Maybe in their life they don't feel like it's harmful, and they're happy. There are people, believe it or not, legitimately happy in certain
ignorance is bliss. I was happy at the moment. I thought it was bliss. Ignorance is bliss, but you could die before you wake up. You could die before that happens. Exactly. I could have died doing what I did, and so is it not my responsibility to tell people don't copy me? And so would it not be somebody who's 500 pounds to do the same thing?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Even when you said before, you're like, well, I wish someone had shamed me, saying, what are you going to do? You're going to kill yourself. That's not shaming to me. To me, that is compassionate and looking out for somebody. It's when you take it to the other level where you start insulting them, degrading them, making them feel like shit.
That is shaming. Shaming is used by society to correct negative human behavior. So if you take steroids and steroids have these negative effects that can harm you, shorten your life, or give, maybe kind of mess with your male functionality downstairs, then the best way to prevent people from using steroids is to shame them. And that's what society has been doing. So steroids is not widely acceptable. Most people look at steroids as a negative. They do not look at steroid as a positive. So with that being said, yes, taking steroids is shameful, but steroids can make you bigger. But we still see it as a negative. So it should be the same thing with obesity. Being obese should be just as shamed as taking steroids.
I think we insult each other and shame each other, but it's as a friend. Like, this is what guys do. Girls don't do it. They all suck up to each other. You're all 10. Guys are like, look at your gut. Look at your gut.
What girls do.
I know, no, it's important to...
I'm telling you what they do.
It's not from the feminine, because it's guys talking here, and I think it's important to distinguish when something is feminine to say, well, we don't adhere to them.
Yeah, but there's been no shortage of generalizations on women in this episode so far, and I'm really, really curious about your answer to this prompt regarding self-abuse, bodily abuse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a lifetime natural. I've never taken a drug before in my life. However, I was an athlete in college, and obviously when you're a Division athlete, you're training 2 or 3 times a day. It was very, very intensive. I was trained through injuries, which wasn't intelligent, but at the end of the day, I looked at it like, hey, we got to win. We got, some teams to beat this season, so it built mental fortitude. I think abuse is good to a degree if you're able to overcome it and learn something from it.
I did a lot of stupid things. Like I broke the world record in the bench press, and now I can't bench press anymore. And it was my favorite lift. I've had hip operations. I have both elbows reconstructed. I trained too hard. I couldn't stop myself. All that pressure, desire, whether it was installed by myself or from others, to try to fit in, to be socially accepted. And I was addicted. I was bench pressing with shoulder pain. I should have stopped. I couldn't. And so, I set the record, and it's done. I can't even lift anymore. I don't squat, bench, or deadlift, because look at Ronnie Coleman. You guys know Ronnie Coleman? He's in a wheelchair. He can hardly walk. He's in pain medications. And imagine putting your body through all that torture, and then you get in your 60, and now you can't do anything.
So one question I have for you then is, knowing what you did obviously has allowed you to create this platform to speak to these things, to talk about steroid abuse. You understand all the intricacies. Do you think that you would have been able to do that, let's say, if you'd kept your natural status throughout your whole career? You didn't break world records, you weren't an IFBB pro, you didn't have all of those accolades to stand on. Do you think you would still be great to set and have all the following you do?
I do not think so. I think I'm one of those 1 in a million cases that was able to do what I do and actually got the success that I got. But if I look back and I'm really honest with myself, I regret doing these things. I was natural world champion and I was breaking world records natural, so I had the records, but I wanted more. I wanted more glory. I wanted more people to say, you're cool, we like you. And so I ended up taking steroids. I did that because I wanted to fit in. I wanted to be sponsored. I wanted a pro card. I wanted to be famous. And it worked. At what cost though? How healthy am I really?
Everything it is that you're saying, right? I don't feel any ounce of shaming you for it. I think everything that you said is really important to acknowledge that and to know that and to then share that, right? But the difference is that had someone shamed you, I don't think that you'd feel the same way about it. Instead, people poured life into you and told you hey, I don't think that this is right. I don't think that you should really keep doing this because it's doing wrong.
The opposite happened. I was rewarded. When I started getting popular on social media, I was talking about my steroid cycles, I was talking about what I've done, and they're like, look at your muscles, look at your chest, and it was like, do you know how hard it was to stop? Because I was being rewarded with dopamine, with people saying nice things about me all the time, and for me to stop, I know that my views on social media go down. If I went on a steroid cycle right now, people are going to fall, wow, Coach Greg, you're back, we miss the old Coach Greg. And so it's hard for me to be the 48-year-old old man that's still preaching fitness when they say we love the old Coach Greg, the jacked muscle freak, and I have to fight the urges not to use steroids every single day. Because I know I would look better, I know I would feel better, but I'm like, it's not healthy, and so I have to say no.
I get what you mean about the dopamine reward thing.
thing, because for me, I have a similar situation, but kind of in the opposite way. Every time I start slimming down, I start getting the, what are you doing? Why are you losing weight? Because I am in that large guy space. So it's like, it's very funny how much on both sides, outward opinions just like really just make what we do hard. I know that when I am doing more cardio, I'm like a big hiker and biker, and sometimes in the summer I'll slim down, and all of a sudden I'll get a ton of comments from people just being like, we liked you heavier, we liked you this. I'll have clients that'll stop using me because I've gotten too small. And so you're kind of seeking that dopamine, that approval, also that career boost. You get stuck in this loop of doing things that you know aren't good for yourself.
I want to hear from you, just going back to the prompt, why you came forward.
Oh, I mean, I think obviously professional bodybuilding has its risks. Obviously, I try to mitigate that as much as possible. I work with a company that I'm doing blood work, quarterly every 3 months. I am very methodical with what I do, and I'm very on the mild side. You'd be surprised, but I've been training for 20 plus years. I think that's the key for me. I would say, like being this size, 100% not healthy. Is it unfortunate that I am very passionate about something that is bodybuilding? Yeah, it's kind of like I fell into it. I love it. It's hard for me, but I made a decision with my wife that at age 35, that's it. I'm done. Like no more competitive bodybuilding. I have an understanding, but like Greg,
I didn't know he had a wife. Sometimes he was coming off as kind of like gay, so I thought he was gay, but no, he has a wife. So sorry for my earlier comment.
The foresight to know like there has to be a limit to it, because if you just let it go, I would have to be probably 25 more pounds of muscle and like have to do things that I'm not willing to do in order to be like, let's say Mr. Olympia, right? So because we're all the way through my 20s, I was supposed to weigh 230 pounds, natural all the way until I was like 27 and a half. So hopefully I'll be okay going back to that size.
Do you use steroids currently?
I mean, I use. That's the biggest insult in the world right now.
I only ask because, again, we're on the topic of body abuse, right? So I'm only asking that in that round because of what you said about it. I'm not asking that.
So it's kind of like it's just like when you're jacked like that and you say, do you steroids? It's like you think you can look like this natural? Like if I said, hey, are you on steroids? Look at that body. Like if I said, you look like you're on steroids.
Yeah, people think I'm
here.
here.
If I say, obviously you're natural, they're like, what do you mean, obviously? No, obviously.
Okay. It's literally just like a question that I have, but it's also just like, well, what do you do as you're progressing in that to get to the points that you want? So that's where that question stems from. And I also really appreciate your candor for that.
Yeah, I mean, I will 100% say like, some of the best years of my life was natural in my 20s, like very lean, probably my healthiest. Like if anybody tells you they're like an IFBB professional bodybuilder, it's almost 99% of them are in some capacity enhanced. It might be very minimally, it might be through the roof, like you wouldn't even believe what they're taking, but it's there. It's part of the sport. It's unfortunate, but like that's the problem. That's one of the problems we talked about earlier. The fitness industry is like.
Good job not abusing yourself.
Yeah, so I took abuse as like doing things that's negative for your health, and for me, I've always approached fitness from a health kind of lens, right? Like Myron, I'm 100% natural. I'm never gonna look like Eric, I'm never gonna look like Greg, but it's something I'm content, right? For me, I'm kind of in for long term. I want to do what I do. I'm 60, 70, 80, 100, focusing more on the health aspect of it. Can be a good middle ground, because I feel like if you're looking from the outside in, sometimes can be like, dude, how am I gonna look like Eric? How's this ever gonna happen? But people have different goals, I would say, within fitness, and
I think it's important to also acknowledge like there's abuse on both spectrums, right? Like you can be a fat ass on one end and say I'm going to just continue to eat cheeseburgers and put it on TikTok, and then there's the other side where you can use performance enhancing drugs and say I'm going to step on stage. But I would make the argument that the person that is training using PEDs, etc., I respect that individual more than the fat ass, and the reason why is because though it isn't healthy to be on performance enhancing drugs, you're still pushing your body to a level that most can't. Versus by just being fat, that doesn't take any skill or dedication. So
what if that person is doing something like maybe they're into quantum physics, maybe they're changing the way we view the world entirely. Are they not valuable because they're not trained?
Well, again, we're talking about the purpose of abusing your body. I have more respect for the bodybuilders, my point.
Okay.
And I think society would emerge as well, which is why bodybuilders that like Ronnie Coleman, etc., though he is disabled now, etc., he's a legend and he's going to go down in history.
Yeah, but I actually thought that was a good question. Like, what a great film director who's like very overweight and like just totally poured into their craft. Like, is there respect for someone like that?
Okay. All right, I'm gonna have to chime in here. This was so disingenuous. I did not like. Believe it or not, I watched this video before and I really couldn't get past this point in the video, and that was because of this subject right here. Okay, so what is? Somebody's walking the dog. So the topic is I have abused my body. That's the topic. This guy right here, he is the moderator. He is not supposed to give favoritism towards this side, and he's not supposed to give favoritism towards this side. This guy, Myron made a point where he was talking about abuse is a spectrum, right? You can abuse yourself taking steroids so that you could step on stage and be like the biggest, strongest that you can be. Or you can abuse yourself by eating a lot of food and just having absolutely no self-control, just completely destroying your health. Both can harm you and both can actually reduce your lifespan. However, steroids do not give you muscles. Ta-da! What steroids do is steroids help you push yourself in the gym, and how it helps you push yourself in the gym is that it basically charges up your muscles and it allows you, and it also numbs the pain. So it takes some of the security restrictions that you have on your body, and it, so that you can basically push yourself so you can break your muscles more. To build muscles, you create these micro tears inside your muscles. So you are literally tearing your muscles microscopically, and your body fills in the gap, and that's how muscles grow, right? That's how muscles get bigger and stuff like that. It's because your body is filling in these micro tears with new material. That's how your body grows. Steroids do not give you muscles. Steroids will allow you to tear your muscles more. Steroids will allow, because you're pushing yourself in the gym. So you don't have that little you don't have that little barrier that says, hey, my muscles are depleted. They've gone beyond their limit. Let me go ahead and stop here. Because believe it or not, humans are stronger than what we think we are. The thing is, we cannot use 100% of our strength, because to use 100% of our strength will potentially tear up those muscles beyond repair. So we have a limit to how far we can push ourselves. So even, and this plays out in the gym, you can only push yourself so far. But with steroids, you can ignore a little bit of those safety mechanics that are pre-built into your brain. Because it's basically ignoring some of the signals that's coming from your muscles. So that's how you could push yourself more in the gym. Steroids also allow you to recover faster. So you're able to get back into the gym and do the same stuff all over again faster than somebody who's normal. This is how steroids help you build muscle. So you still got to go through the pain. You still got to put in the work. You still got to lift the weights, and you still got to do the cardio. You still got to watch your diet. You still got to put in everything a natural person does to get himself bigger and in shape and makes himself athletic. This person who's doing steroids still has to do those exact same things. The only thing is that the steroid is allowing them to do that faster. It's making their work more effective. That's it. Versus a person who is obese, the only thing they have to do is eat and eat and eat and eat. There is nothing stopping them. I felt the answer from the question that this guy imposed and the question that this guy imposed was so disingenuous. It absolutely, number one, it took the credibility away from Jubilee. The moderator is biased towards this body positivity side. He don't really give a crap about the fitness side. In fact, he probably look at these guys and go like, these guys are toxic. He's a soft individual. And I don't care if somebody may mistake my statement as ad hominem attacks. This guy is soft. What the hell does what a person do in their spare time, and I brought this up before, what does a person do in their spare time have to do with obesity? Because what this guy right here is trying to inflate this is what he's trying to conflate when he threw in that topic. Myron, originally, let's go back to what they said.
That's great because he's able to do stuff. Great, for example, we're talking about beyond performance-enhancing drugs. You're still pushing in and using PEDs, etc., where you can, use like there's abuse on both spectrums, right? Like
people have different goals, I would say, within fitness, and yeah.
I think it's important to also acknowledge there's abuse on both spectrums, right? Like you can be a fat ass on one end and say I'm going to just continue to eat cheeseburgers and put it on TikTok, and then there's the other side where you can use performance enhancing drugs and say I'm going to step on stage. But I would make the argument that a person that is training using PEDs, etc., I respect that individual more than the fat ass, and the reason why is because though it isn't healthy to be on performance enhancing drugs, you're still pushing your body to a level that most can't. Versus by just being fat, that doesn't take any skill or dedication. So
what if a fat person is doing something like maybe they're into quantum physics, maybe they're changing the way we view the world entirely? Are they not valuable because they're not shredded?
Well,
this person is trying to conflate that somebody who's obese is just as respectable as somebody who's taking performance enhancement drugs, because the person who's obese is probably doing something like quantum physics or writing a novel or they're doing all type of stuff. Like they're not focused on their health. They're only focused on trying to achieve something for the benefit of humanity. And that's why they're obese. Studying quantum physics have nothing to do with obesity. In fact, I would respect that person less because you care so much about quantum physics that you don't care about your own body. You care so much about your career that you don't care about your own children. You're so obsessed with just one aspect of your life. You're so obsessed with it that you're just completely neglecting everything else, including your own health. What you do for a living has nothing to do with your health. You can go to the gym. You can eat a healthy diet, okay? Regardless of what work you do. Whether you're doing quantum physics, whether you're doing accounting like me, whether you're a nurse, whether you're a doctor, there's nothing stopping you from being healthy. There's nothing stopping you from going to the gym. There's nothing stopping you from doing anything. You could do both at the same time. You could study quantum physics and still have a six-pack if you want it. You can...
Again, we're talking about the purpose of abusing your body. I have more respect for the bodybuilders, my point. Okay, and I think society would acknowledge as well, which is why bodybuilders that like Ronnie Coleman, etc. Though he is disabled now, etc. He's a legend and he's going to go down in history.
Yeah, but I actually thought that was a good question. Like, what a great film director who's like very overweight and like just totally poured into their craft. Like, is there respect for someone like that?
Well, that's great because
you can be a film director like Lucas, who made like all these different projects and stuff, right? Star Wars. All right, you could be the creator of Star Wars. You could make something like Star Wars, okay? And you can still be healthy. And writing the stories or directing a film has nothing to do with your weight. They're mutually exclusive. They're mutually exclusive. Okay? These people have such disingenuous. They're so disingenuous. Their arguments are disingenuous. They're using their political biases to deter what could have been a fruitful conversation. These guys said, well, because let's break it down what they're trying to say. So, these guys who are obese, they're contributing so much to humanity. Because they are obese, they are writing beautiful artistic pieces and stuff like that, or they're inventing and discovering stuff because they're obese. So does that mean does that mean they should be respected because of what they're contributing? All people should get a basic level of respect. I would probably ask them, well, let me ask you, does a nurse taking care of patients, should that nurse have just as much respect as the guy who came up with the cure for cancer? Should the janitor who's cleaning up puke on the floor, should that janitor have just as much respect as that doctor who saved the patient life? Should they have equal respect? I think that would have been the good countermeasure towards their disingenuous question. The answer to that is quite simply, everybody should receive a base level of respect for their contribution to humanity. And cleaning up puke on the floor, picking up garbage, maintaining the sewer system, maintaining the infrastructure is just as respectable as discovering the cure for cancer. Maintaining that infrastructure is just as respectful as being a doctor. The guy who's laying down concrete, building the skyscraper, he is just as respectable as the people who are in politics running this country. They are both just as respectful. Why? Because we need both of them. We need that inventor. We need that garbage man. We need the people who's maintaining the infrastructure. We need that nurse. We need everybody working together to maintain society and push our level as a society, to push our level further so that we can evolve. We can adapt. We can respond to different situations. We need to all be able to do that. That's why we need each other. That's why everything deserves a level of respect. I don't know what your body size or your body type or your sex or any of that has to do with what you're contributing to society. I don't know what any of that has to do with the freaking question, I have abused my body. I don't know what respect has to do with what is it that they were even trying to say? What is it that they were even trying to point out? Myron just said, even though performance enhancement drugs can hurt you, they cannot build you. So to build yourself up for these bodybuilding competitions, you still got to put in the work. You still got to put in the effort. You're still going to go through the pain. You're still going to suffer. You still got to have this ridiculous level of discipline where you're okay with just eating broccoli and chicken day in and day out and not have anything else. Versus somebody who's morbidly obese, you don't have to do anything to get that way. Which one is, even though both are abusing their bodies, which one is more socially acceptable? Building yourself up and having this huge muscular body, or having this huge fat body? The answer is very simple. Society is going to respect the person who built their body up, not the person who tore their body down to the point where they're morbidly obese and they're getting limbs cut off because of diabetes. What if this person is, what do you say?
By point though, it isn't healthy to be on performance-enhancing drugs. You're still pushing your body to a level that most can't, versus by just being fat, that doesn't take any skill or dedication. So
what if that person is doing something like, maybe they're into quantum physics, maybe they're changing the way we view the world entirely, are they not valuable?
What if they're in quantum physics? What if they're entirely changing how we view the world entirely? Okay, what if that jacked PED taking bodybuilder is in quantum physics? What if he's changing how we see the world entirely? Is he more respected than the fat dude who's doing quantum physics and trying to change the world entirely? Big brain answer. Big brain answer.
Stupid. Because they're not true. But yeah, there's exceptional people that are fat in certain regards, but we're talking about body abuse here. I'm just saying in general, I would have far more respect for the professional bodybuilder
than like Peter Jackson.
Versus
making multiple
versus
award-winning films.
There's
Lord of the
nothing
Rings.
exceptional happening.
But some guy like taking PEDs is
that's another thing. Sorry,
I'm legitimately curious.
Yeah.
You have guy using PEDs on one side trying to do stuff, and then you do have like Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings.
That's why I'm very explicit to say I'm talking about the fat influencers.
Yeah,
so like I'm talking in that context. Like
Myron should not even have let this dude back them into the corner right there. Myron, you could have answered this a whole lot better. Peter Jackson, I guess he wrote Lord of the Rings or some shit or something like that. You're comparing somebody who became fat over his life and he wrote Lord of the Rings. He wrote this novel versus somebody who's taking PEDs and they're doing nothing else with their life. They're just, bodybuilding and maybe they, work a security job. That's what he's trying to compare. And he's trying to say, well, you're going to have more respect for this dude who goes on stage and do bodybuilding and stuff like that versus this guy who wrote a book. I don't know what writing a book and being morbidly obese have to do with one another. I don't know what maybe being a janitor and taking PEDs and bodybuilding, I don't know what they have to do with one another. These are mutually separate topics. You're talking about what somebody do in their spare time versus what somebody does to their body. This topic is abusing the body. It has nothing to do. And if you really want to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges, well, I would have just asked this this a-hole right here, not Myron. I'm talking about the dude who's a complete a-hole. I would have asked him, well, let me ask you, which one do you think is more respectable? Do you think do you think Lucas? Do you think a jacked Lucas who wrote Star Wars is better than a fat Lucas who wrote Star Wars? Which one do you think is more respectable by society? Because if you're going to compare somebody who wrote a book to somebody who went on stage and take PEDs, if that's what you want to do, then we have to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. Which one do you think is better? Do you think an award-winning novelist? Do you think the award-winning novelist who has a jacked body is more respected, or do you think the award-winning novelist who's fat is more respected? That could have just shut that conversation down, because they're trying to divert it. This is basically a debate tactic. They're just trying to divert it by strong arming the conversation to a different direction. That's why they keep on bringing stuff in like respect and stuff like that. That has nothing to do with the conversation. But if we are going to talk about respect, because Myron is the one who brought this up, he was talking about how society view people, not what those people have contributed to society.
If you're gonna have use of your body on two different ends, right? One extreme is a bodybuilder, the other is a fat influencer. I think me and most of society would have far more respect for the billionaire.
I understand that, but I also think that like if someone's abusing themselves in any way, there should be some empathy and like rather than just being like you're a better abuser to yourself than that person.
Fitness culture can be toxic. Agree or step forward?
So in the video, right, he basically made a comment. He said, well, who's a better abuser of their body? Is it going to be the PED person or is it going to be the fat person? I'll just put that out there. There is a difference in abuse, right? If you want to talk about abuse and you want to, it's a spectrum, right? So there's going to be different levels of abuse. Eating 7 apple pies in one day is far more abusive than taking PEDs. Having a hot dog eating competition in front of the camera every day is way more abusive than taking extra testosterone. There's a difference. There's a difference. Just like there's a difference between an adult getting abused versus a child getting abused. Both is abuse. But we are going to care more about the child getting abused than we care about the adult getting abused. Because this one comes at our feelings a whole lot more than that one. So, yes, there is a difference. There is a difference when it comes to abuse. Abuse is not equal. The people who are getting abused are not viewed as equal neither. When somebody looks at a man getting abused versus a woman getting abused, which one do society cares about more? The man getting abused or the woman getting abused? The answer is society cares about the woman getting abused more than they care about the man getting abused. Just like society cares more about a child getting abused than an adult getting abused. Everything is not equal. The world is not equal. Men and women are not equal. Adults and children are not equal. There are differences. And if you cannot respect and understand those differences, you are the problem. Because we're not all the same. We all have our differences.
100%. I think you can perpetuate so many themes that are so unhealthy. Like there's so many images online of people that post in like the best lighting with a pump. That is the societal norm of like what's good, and even like affects me because I'll see people and I'm like, oh, I look like garbage compared to that. I think that right now it's like there's a lot of misinformation online when it comes to like how to get fit, how to stay in shape, and a lot of people are monetizing it. These like crazy fad diets, like you can't eat certain things, carbs are bad. Fruit has sugar in it, so it's gonna make you fat.
I love how let me share the screen. So this next topic is basically is fitness culture.
Food almost being weaponized. Here we all are.
Culture can be toxic. Agree with
some empathy and like rather than just being like you're a better abuser to yourself than that person.
Fitness culture can be toxic. Agree.
So you're about to see everybody agree fitness culture can be toxic. But do notice that these people, when it comes to fitness, they're willing to attack it full-heartedly. They're willing to come at fitness 100% power. But when it came to obesity, everything has to be soft gloves. They have to come at obesity delicately. They can't come at obesity in its entirety. They got to have exceptions. They got to bring in a bunch of crap. But when it comes to fitness, they're willing to all come in at it hard. So they're willing to say body positivity is not toxic, but they are more than willing to say fitness is toxic.
Rear step forward.
Here we all are again.
Hey, this is from the Jack guys.
100%. I think you can perpetuate so many themes that are so unhealthy. Like there's so many images online of people that post in like the best lighting with a pump. That is the societal norm of like what's good, and even like affects me because I'll see people and I'm like, oh, I look like garbage compared to that. I think that right now it's like there's a lot of misinformation online when it comes to like how to get fit, how to stay in shape, and a lot of people are monetizing it. These like crazy fad diets, like you can't eat certain things, carbs are bad. Fruit has sugar in it, so it's gonna make you fat. So like now food is almost being weaponized, and then to be monetized so that you buy their ebook to tell you the exact secret code in order to lose weight. So fitness is an industry, right? So people are incentivized to say whatever it is to make money, and so it's been harder for me as a coach that takes a more holistic approach to wellness and fitness and saying, hey, it's all about balance, and like Greg's the same way. I know I watch a lot of his videos. That is the correct approach to like making a plan that's not super restrictive. So I think that's why the fitness industry, even being part of it, like is frustrating because there's so much misinformation.
I would say also that there's so much pressure to look like us, and it's causing people to develop body dysmorphia. So this is a huge problem. So when you swipe on Instagram, you're being shown the top 1% of the top 1%. They all have a six-pack abdominals. Everyone feels inferior. There's pressure, and that causes a whole host of problems: eating disorders, people feeling like shit. They don't like the way they look in the mirror, and then they keep looking for information. And then what information they're getting, half of it's wrong, like you were just describing. And so where do we go from there? There's no solution.
I think the issue comes from the misinformation, just the lack of keeping things simple. But we like to have fad diets, go paleo, go vegan, go whatever it may be. And it's like the reality is the best diet is the one that you can adhere to. And I think we need to let people understand that fitness is a lot more sustainable and easier than people think it is, which is why I make fun of fat people so much, because it really is simple and it comes down to numbers and tracking your calories and being disciplined and going to the gym. This is why I have no sympathy for fat people, because it really is simple.
But that right there is what keeps guys like us out of getting into fitness.
Shouldn't it be the opposite though?
No, I'm told they're pieces of
Let
shit.
me explain. Like shaming rarely works, and I'll bring this back to somebody I follow and I appreciate their content. A guy named Alex Ramosi, he does a value equation, and on the top side of that equation, you have the perceived value of whatever you're trying to achieve plus the perceived chance of success. So how likely are you to achieve that result? And on the bottom side of the equation, you divide by time and you divide by effort. Shaming doesn't work because the value equation is driven by those things. So what I think we need to do on this side of the table is to make those things more accessible. Like you said, providing more value-driven information of like.
Shaming 100% works. Shaming is how human beings, from the dawn of time, this is how we have curbed negative human behaviors. This is how we have tamed ourselves and has basically mitigated some wild and socially unacceptable thoughts and stuff like that, because they will pop into your head whether you want them to or not. Because remember, your brain is not 100% the super evolved life form. Your brain is a combination of this prehistoric lizard and this super capable machine. So you have a machine and you have a lizard, and sometimes that lizard brain is just going to put stuff in your head that you don't want to be in your head. And so that's what the shame is for. The shame is to make sure you don't act on those unwanted thoughts and stuff like that. So with that being said, yes, shame is a very, very powerful society tool. This guy right here, he's a tool for the propaganda, and he doesn't know a doggone thing what he's talking about. You need shame. Society needs shame. If we are going to be man versus animal, we have to have shame. Animals have no shame. That's why animals walk around butt naked. That's right. Animals are naked. Human beings, we wear clothes. We wear clothes to hide our shame, to be modest. So without that shame, there's really no difference between us and animals.
Like how to achieve a calorie deficit in a more sustainable way. How do you make it so it's not so much time? Because so many people waste time, let's say, doing so much excess cardio where strength training should be the main component. So like that's why I think, adding value and
Another thing to understand about shame is if you want humans to behave a certain way, to dress a certain way, to fulfill the requirements for, let's say, mating and stuff like that, well, you have to shame away stuff we don't want. Like, for example, how would you feel if somebody broke into a family's house and the guy went and he used his wife as a human shield because the person who broke into the house was firing a gun at him? So he used his wife, he picked his wife up, and he used his wife as like a human shield to stop the bullets from hitting him. What would you say about that? I think most of you would look at that and go like, that's disgusting. That dude should be ashamed of himself because he didn't act like a man and he didn't go and take that bullet for his wife. He used his wife to preserve his own life. He should have gave his life protecting his family. Let's look at that at a different angle. Let's look at it at these anti-human point of view. If you want to go with the ideology that these people are kind of trying to, and this person too, if you want to go with the ideology, the anti-human, the anti-masculine ideology that these people are spitting out their mouths, it would be 100% okay for that guy to use his wife to protect his own life. His life is valuable. And as a matter of fact, he should value his life more than he values the life of his wife. What are you talking about? What do you mean it's not masculine for him to? No. It's perfectly masculine to run away from danger. It's perfectly masculine to not protect your family. It's perfectly masculine to use other people to preserve your life by using them as a human shield. Because you're supposed to only love yourself. You're supposed to love yourself more than anything else. And if you love yourself more than anything else, then it's okay for you to use other people as a human shield to preserve your life. It's okay for you to run away from danger, even if that means abandoning your family. Don't sound too good, does it? Don't sound too good, does it? That's why we got shame. No, you're a man. You're supposed to stay there and protect your family. You're supposed to be the little meat shield for society. You're supposed to be the one who's willing to go to wars and stuff to make sure that we preserve our freedoms and liberties. That's what you're supposed to do as a man. And to not want to do that is shameful. That's why we have shame. So you cannot put the expectations on men to do X, Y, Z without also putting onto society the same level of expectations. If I, as a man, am expected to lay down my life to protect society, I expect society to lay down its pride and respect and revere me as a man. You can't have this double standard that only benefits one part of society without benefiting the other part of society. I am part of society. So if you're going to tell me that I am supposed to lay down my life to protect my woman, well, guess what? I'm the leader of that doggone household. She will respect me and she will follow me and she will revere me as the man and leader of that household. And for you to say otherwise is blasphemy. It's shameful. If she has a list of requirements that she wants me to be, if she wants me to be tall, she wants me to be in shape, she wants me to be able to be competent enough to lead the household, she wants me to be strong enough and violent enough to protect the household. She also wants me to be resourceful enough to be able to provide for her and the family. Well, guess what? That means I have a list of requirements too. So if I want her to be in shape and not look like a doggone Lizzo, she needs to be in shape and not look like a doggone Lizzo. If I expect her to be a virgin or to have a low body count, she better be a virgin or have a low body count. If I expect her to have XYZ in these requirements, she better have XYZ in these requirements. How dare you shame me and I can't shame you? How dare you shame me to behave and act how you want me to behave and act, but I can't shame you so that you behave and act the way I want you to behave and act? How dare you tell me to make the ultimate sacrifice and I can't tell you to put your pride aside? Which is more valuable, a human life or your pride and ego? I think a human life is more valuable than another person's pride and ego. So, and the only reason why I bring this stuff up is because these are the same type of guys. These are the same type of guys who will say it's shameful for me to want to preserve my own life over the life of my wife and my family. But at the same time, these are the same guys who will not tell women that they're supposed to act a certain way, that they're supposed to behave a certain way, that we don't have to accept them for their flaws. Women do not have to accept men for their flaws. Men do not have to accept women for their flaws. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. And if you're going to have expectations of other people, you too should expect to that other people are going to have expectations of you. With that being said, that's why society has shame. We're going to shame men for if they try to do X, Y, Z. 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. If you do any of these things, it does not benefit society. Women are not attracted to it. We don't want these behaviors overall. It's the same thing for women. Who created the body positivity movement for women? If we don't want women to have X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C negative traits and behaviors, we are going to shame women for those same negative traits and behaviors. And it just so happened, generally speaking, most men want their women to be in shape. So screw that body positivity movement. Women do not want fat men, and men do not want fat women. You have some people that got fetishes, just like they got fetishes for feet. Those are the outliners. We do not redesign society for outliners. We design society for the general masses. So yes, we have shame. We have shame to ensure society works like a well-oiled machine.
Increasing time and decreasing the amount of effort is going to give you guys so much more emphasis or ability to achieve the result and more motivation to achieve that result than being like, oh, you're fat, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So that's my
Well, the fitness industry overcomplicates it so that they can monetize it.
So why is that their fault?
Secret sauce. Well, this is why it's important to acquire knowledge and be able to, whether you go ahead and do your own research. And again, it comes back to doing the work. We have something like, oh, what is this for? Do your research, look at the studies. There's so much fitness studies out there. There's no secrets. It's just discipline and sustainability.
Have you guys ever been confused about how to get in the same shape based on the information that's out there?
Totally. I would never, ever take advice from you to get that advice or to gain that knowledge because of whatever this disposition it is that you have going on, right?
What's the disposition?
This guy just said he's been confused about how to lose weight. And he said that he would not take advice from somebody like Myron based off the disposition that Myron has. Just know in his answer, he will never tell Myron what that disposition is, because like all political people, they're going to beat around the bush and they're never going to answer your question directly. But I will say this. Myron is fit. Myron has been a Division I athlete. Myron knows. Byron purposely made himself get big and then he lost the weight. He knows the basics of what you need to do to get fit. This guy who just said that he doesn't know how to get fit and he's been confused, he just said he wouldn't take advice from somebody who obviously do. And he's not saying that based off of, he's not being biased with that. He's doing that because he don't like Myron. He thinks, he looks at Myron and he looks at Myron's stance on everything, because Myron does not believe in body positivity. Myron believes in shame. He believes in holding people accountable. He doesn't like that because that goes against his worldview. This guy right here, he does not believe in shame. He does not believe in personal accountability. He believes you should be able to do whatever you want, act however you want, without any confinements. I don't believe in that. I believe we are confined because we are confined for a reason. No, you can't do whatever you want. Ask that question. Okay, you said I could do whatever I want. So does that mean that if I'm horny, I can just take my sexual frustration out on any woman that I deem worthy? That I look at her and I say, you know what? I want you, so I'm going to take you. I likes yous and I wants yous. You could do this the easy way or you could do this the hard way. The choice is yours. How does that sound? Oh, okay, so guess what? You can't do whatever you want. We live in a society. We have laws. We have regulations. We have cultural norms. We have everything that is required for us to maintain a society and keep us grouped together. That is what we have. So, no, you can't do whatever you want. Yes, you live in a box. Yes, you have rules and confinements. So this ideal that you should not be able to judge and all that stuff, no, that's not how this works. You can judge. You can shame others. You need to be more self-accountable. This dude, he's just a freaking loser.
I wouldn't even label it toxic, but I think it's like you have this perspective about the world around you that I think is kind of really warped, and I don't understand why, and I would like to understand why, and I'm not getting it because you're like, shame is the answer and stuff like that, but it's not though. It's why you have so much conflict. It's why we're literally sitting here today having this discussion.
So here's the thing, you operate what side?
Shame has worked for centuries. That's how religion is filled with shame. Oh yeah, gambling, that's a shame. Or drinking alcohol and stuff like that, that's a shame. Heathenism, that's a shame and stuff like that. That's and you know what? Thanks to religion, we were able to group together in a larger numbers, and we were able to create the societies that we live in today. This country was founded. The United States of America was founded on Judeo-Christian values. Without those values, we would not have been where we are today. So we had to come together as a people and we had to agree on a number of values, because guess what? You want to know a heathenistic principle? A heathenistic principle would be, I likes yous and I wants you. I don't care if she's married to you, boy. I'm going to take your woman. I'm going to take your woman. I'm going to make her mine at least for the night. Yeah. That's a heathenistic view. That's not based off of Judeo-Christian values now, is it? But to shame somebody who would try to do something like that, that is based off of Judeo-Christian values. Our laws are based off of Judeo-Christian values. So with all that being said, shame has worked for centuries. Shame has how we separated the animal from the man. So yes, we need shame. Shame is a very important factor. You can't live in a society without shame, because if you live in a society without shame, then I guess you're okay with people who do stuff to children.
Deal, I operate on what's real. And the reality is that the world is a harder and harder place than you think it is, but you want people to just understand you and see your perspective and see you as how you see yourself. The reality is the world's never going to see you how you see yourself. They're going to see you on how you display yourself to them. And when you are fat, out of shape, etc., the people, and if they don't get to know you and talk to you and have a conversation with you, they're going to assume certain things. That's just the world that we live in.
Just to dig a little deeper into that, has something happened to you to confirm that observation?
No, I mean, I just live in objective reality, and objective reality isn't as nice as you think it is.
So you're not drawing from a personal experience?
No, I'm speaking fairly objectively. These are the conversations that people have behind it.
I will put something out there. Myron used to be a federal agent, so he used to work stuff like drug cases and stuff like that. Like, so he used to be in Texas, so he got to see a lot of negative aspects of humanity, right? So he saw the drug dealers, he saw what they did. He saw these people trafficking children and women and stuff like that. He's been exposed to a lot of the negative things. So when he says he lives in objective reality, he really do mean he lives in objective reality. Most of us, thankfully, myself included in this number, most of us have not had to see just how evil human beings can become. Most of us has not had to see up close the aftermath of the evil things that some humans have done. Most of us, thank God, have not had that exposure. But people like Myron from Fresh and Fit, this guy right here, that guy, he did witness it. He did see it. He saw all of it. So he lives in objective reality. He saw the good and he saw the bad. He saw the evil and he saw the aftermath of that evil. And most of us have not. So it's easy for the fat dude in the green suit. It's so easy for him to sit there on a high horse acting like, oh, well, you know what? It's okay for us to not have shame. We don't need to be shamed. You should just accept me as I am. You should love me and respect me for as I am. Even if that means I, molest children, you should accept me for what I am. What? Oh, no. I didn't mean to say that. I'm not talking about the pedos. I'm talking about fat people. Well, no, if you don't shame the fat people, how can you shame the pedos? How do you shame the people who assault people? How do you shame them? If you can't shame somebody for harming themselves, how can you shame people from harming others? Shame is a two-way street. Shame is a two-way street. You can't say, I'm not going to shame you for harming yourself, but I'm going to shame other people for them harming others. You can't say, I'm going to shame you for taking PEDs and other performance enhancement drugs, but I'm not going to shame you for eating 7 apple pies in one day. You can't do that, okay? You just can't do that. If you're going to shame one group of people, you must also shame all other groups of people. You will shame the adults. You will shame the children. You will shame the men. You will shame the women. You will shame the people who overeat, and you will shame the people who undereat. You will shame the people who take performance enhancement drugs, just like you will shame the people who feel it's okay to have a hot dog eating contest and do these ridiculous butt banks and stuff like that. You will shame them all, and they will be better for it.
closed doors, but they don't want to say out loud because for fear of cancellation, for fear of coming off as an asshole, etc. I'm just saying how people really feel, but they're scared to say it.
Coming from whether the fitness space can be toxic or not, the shame attitude has kept a lot of people out of it. I've been doing fad diets since I was 12 years old. I was put on Weight Watchers. I did Atkins. I did paleo. I did everything you could possibly imagine. And not until I started following other influencers that were more proactive based on I want to be around for my daughter for as long as I possibly can be. I want to give my body the function it needs. Like just that basic mind shift. Hey, your life can get a lot better if you do.
I love it when people say, oh, I did all these fat diets and stuff like that. A diet is a lifestyle. If you choose to do paleo or carnivore or vegan and stuff like that, that is a lifestyle. That means you have to adhere to the principles of that lifestyle. If he said that he did paleo and it didn't work, well, that means you didn't do paleo. If he said he did veganism and it didn't work, well, that means you didn't do veganism, sir. Because if you really did something like a carnivore diet, it is very hard to overeat on a carnivore diet. And I'm speaking from experience, and I'm an obese man. I get so doggone tired of eating ground beef that I end up leaving some of my food behind and I don't eat it all the way. It is very hard for you to overeat when you're doing these diets. And the same thing with vegan. If you're actually eating a vegan or a vegetarian diet, it's very hard to overeat on a vegan or vegetarian diet because if you're eating fruits and vegetables and maybe some soy products, it's hard to overeat on fruits and vegetables and soy products because they are so low in calories, but they take up so much space in your gut that if you ate a big bowl of salad, you're going to be so full from eating all of those vegetables, especially if you add like some avocado oil and stuff to it, you're going to be so full that you don't want to eat another bite. Which is why it's easy for people who do veganism. It's easy for them to end up under eating. They're not getting enough calories in because they're eating because their stomachs is being filled up from all of those vegetables and stuff like that they just can't eat anymore. And it's the same thing with the paleo. The paleo, you're eating a lot of meat, you're eating a lot of vegetables, you're eating a lot of fruits. If you do this properly, and you actually do the diet like he claims he was doing, it is very hard to overeat on those diets. So with all due respect, no, he was not. That's why Myron's looking at him like that. You were not doing the fat diets. You can't do the fat diet for 1 week or 1 month and say, oh, I did the diet and it didn't work for me. It's a lifestyle. How can you say you did the carnivore diet if 3 days out of the week you ordered a pizza or you ate McDonald's and stuff like that? How can you say you did the carnivore diet and you're eating McDonald's every other day? How can you say you did the paleo diet if if you're on the weekends you're consuming like 7 apple pies? How can you say you did the paleo diet? How can you say you did the vegan diet if you are going to KFC 2 days out of the week? How can you say you did the vegan diet? Absolute stupidity.
Do kind of focus on your health a little more instead of you're a fat piece of shit, you need to change. To me, I don't know everyone in the fitness industry, but I know.
However, also I know you guys keep saying I'm interrupting, but I really don't expect many people to even watch this video in its entirety. Woo, 4 hours, my goodness. This guy says he didn't start, doing it right until he saw fitness influencers who were more wholesome and basically they weren't judgmental and they weren't shaming people. So they're the opposite of people like Myron, and they're the opposite of Coach Greg, and they're even the opposite of this dude here who is pretty soft when it comes to this type of thing. He got healthier thanks to looking at people who basically told him you can do whatever you want. Do you know the diet that Myron tells people to do? Myron does not tell people to eat carnivore. He doesn't tell people to eat a paleo. He just says limit your calories, and that's it. That's all Myron says to do. But this guy wouldn't know because this guy doesn't like Myron because of some mystery proclivities that he can't really put into details. This guy is saying that he can't listen to people like Coach Greg, but he can only listen to some mystery influencer, which he did not name. So he listened to some mystery influencer who told him he could basically do whatever he want. Do you know what diet Coach Greg tells people to do? Coach Greg tells people to do a diet that works for them and their lifestyle. Coach Greg does not even tell you to do something like veganism. He doesn't tell you to do paleo. He doesn't tell you to do carnivore. He literally tells you to eat a balanced diet and stuff like that. And he has these awesome cookbooks where he shows you if you're trying to, I don't know how that happened.
Essentially, but I know for me personally,
Coach Greg tells people to adhere to a diet, and he gives advice on how you could tweak some meals to make it more, to give it more protein. Like, for example, he has like these French toast recipe, and in the French toast recipe, it's like higher in protein and stuff like that. But guess what? It still has just as much carbs. Well, it has actually less carbs because it's like less sugar. But he gives you an alternative. I think this guy basically just made up a BS answer. There is no influencer. There is nobody he's talking about. There's nobody he's talking about who's literally telling him he could do whatever he wants. And guess what? He's still flabby. What fitness influencer is making this dude healthy?
it totally changed my relationship with fitness when I started realizing that it was a gross benefit instead of a punishment I had put onto myself for not being disciplined enough. For people like you to maybe respect me, who, again, we don't know each other in reality. So why am I destroying my life so you will respect me one day?
Well, going to the gym and training isn't going to destroy your life.
And it doesn't. That's what I'm saying.
So he's the guy is making this conversation about himself. He's literally saying, why should I go to the gym and hurt myself so somebody like Myron can respect me? Myron, like most people, have a basic level of respect to all human beings. People like Myron and even myself, we are able to recognize the inherent value of all human life. But just because we have this base level of respect, it doesn't mean that we're supposed to expedite this respect to such a high level for you just for you being you. Okay? Growing up as a child, I respected my parents up here. My teachers, they were down here. Who am I going to listen to? I'm going to listen to my parents first because this is my level of respect for them. My teachers, I respect them, but my teachers are right here. Other little kids, they're right here. They're kids. They don't know anything. I'm a kid. I don't know anything. But you know who's still up here? These are where my parents are. So there's different levels of respect. People, I'm not going to, even as a child, I did not give everybody this top level of respect. I reserved that for my parents. And it's the same thing with adults. We're going to have levels of respect for everybody. But guess what? Regardless of that level of that respect, you're still getting respect. So I can have a baseline, ground level respect for all human beings. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to revere you like somebody who gave me life. I'm not going to revere you like somebody who, bringing it back to quantum physics, I'm not going to respect you as much as I will respect somebody who figured out a new part of quantum physics that we all just couldn't figure out, and he made a breakthrough. Or the person, or maybe she discovered the cure for cancer. I'm not going to respect you like I respect those people. Those people have earned different levels of respect with me. So they used to be down here, but they did something great And now I put them right there. But guess what? Even though they did all these awesome things, guess what? I will never respect them more than I respect my parents. I will never give them such a high level of respect. There's levels to this. And I'm not like a super religious person, but I do believe in a God. And guess what? Above my parents is God. I'm never going to respect another human being like I would respect our Lord and Creator. I will never, ever, ever give a human being that level of respect. So this guy is arguing about levels of respect. That is to each person. You know what? I'm a stranger to other people, right? They're not going to give me such high levels of respect. You're going to treat me like a stranger. You don't know me. But as long as you give me like this basic line of human decency, oh, good morning, sir. A smile. Hey, that's all I need. That is all I need. That's all anybody needs. You don't need to give them such a high level of respect where everything that comes out their mouths, you're going to believe them. That level of respect, again, is reserved for people like your parents. Your parents are the ones who gave birth to you. Your parents are the ones who sacrificed and raised you. Okay? They provided for you. Your parents deserve this level of respect. So when your parents say, don't do that, don't do this, or you need to do this in order to get ahead in life and stuff like that, you have to respect your parents. You have to look at their word as if it's law. They are the ultimate truth. And that level of respect, again, is only reserved for your parents. So this guy, he's saying, do I got to destroy myself so somebody like Myron can respect me? Myron already respects him. Myron already respects him for his contribution to society. He's a male model, right? Myron already respects him because, number one, he's a human. Myron already respects him because, you know, in this United States, all men are required to sign up for the draft. I am part of the draft. Myron's part of the draft. Every male you see in that room is part of the draft. No woman is part of the draft. So by default, I as a man am going to respect my fellow men, because if something happens, we are going to get drafted and we're going to be put into a situation where we have to rely on each other in order to survive. So I'm automatically going to have that level of respect. And yes, it's going to be higher than that I would have of a woman, because women are not part of the draft. So if something happens to this country, because let's say we have a female leader who dictated that, guess what? The women do not pay that price. The men pay that price. And as a man who pays that price, so by default, I am going to have, when it comes to men and women, I'm naturally going to have a higher level of respect towards men versus women. I am not going to have the same level of respect towards a random girl who works in Walmart than I'm going to have to the same level of respect as a guy who works at, I don't know, Wendy's. Because unlike that woman who works at Walmart, that man who works at Wendy's is required by law to put his life on the line should we go to war.
But yeah, I do that. I'm saying it wasn't until someone told me about those enhancements and kind of approached it with more of an empathetic way of being that it seems attractive to me at all to be a part of it.
That guy don't know what empathy is.
I think in some ways, I feel like a lot of us relate to this. Like when we were younger, I would say I was ashamed, but I wasn't necessarily like happy with the way I looked, and that kind of motivated me to get into fitness in the first place. Right? We're talking this was like in high school.
Same thing too, like the scale read one count over. Like I would take maybe teach people that was positive.
That's the thing. People are stay over there. But there's guys that rise up to the challenge and say, you know what, I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna fucking surpass you. And that's where guys need to be. You need that killer instinct where you use that as fuel.
It's up to you. Isn't the goal of the fitness industry to get people more fit?
Yes.
Of course, the blanket goal. Of course. And we're saying shame and calling me a piece of shit doesn't motivate me to get more fit.
Well, we need winners and losers.
No,
You need winners and losers.
The industry.
Like,
I want you to look at the men who's on this side of the room.
and everybody, there's gonna be losers. If you don't respond favorably to shame and bullying, etc., and you don't overcome it, you're affected.
I want you to look at the men on this side of the room, and including the moderator himself. And I want you to look at on this side of the room. Masculinity, testosterone, is important for the male anatomy. these guys, like myself, because I don't belong on this side of the room. I'm actually on this side of the room because of how I came up. These guys, they want to act like they're not motivated by somebody calling them a piece of crap and stuff like that. They're acting like they're not motivated by somebody challenging them and stuff like that. They're not motivated by the threat of violence. These guys have no motivation. Because what these guys are saying is true. These guys are lying to you. They're lying to the public. They're lying to themselves. They are motivated by somebody looking at them and calling them a piece of crap. You want to know why? Because look at them. They're fat. And they're trying to ignore natural male motivation. Women rejecting men, that is a good motivation, because by women rejecting you, that means there's something wrong with you. You're acting weird. Maybe you're too fat. Maybe you're too nice or something like that. You're doing something that's turning women off. And that is good motivation to change yourself so that women find you more attractive. To change yourself for the better. Because what women find attractive is the better state for a man. Same thing for women. What men find attractive is the best state for a woman to be in. That's just simple. I need to make myself fit what it is that she truly wants. And I'm not talking about the socially acceptable crap. I'm talking about what it is that makes her attracted to me. That's the type of guy I need to be. And she needs to be the type of woman that I find appealing, that normal guys find appealing. That's the type of woman that she needs to be. And when we do this, this is how we come together. And this is how we create a union that has enabled us to reach this pinnacle of society. Not this little soft bull crap. I'm not motivated. Yes, you are motivated. You're just choosing to ignore it. I chose to ignore it. But when I found content like Fresh and Fit, when I found content like Coach Greg, when I found content that promoted male masculinity, I changed. And I changed for the better. I stopped hating the world. I stopped blaming the world. Okay? I stopped being disgusted towards women. Because when I finally was able to just put it together in my head, that's just how women are. And it's based off of XYZ. When I finally understood women's nature from the lens of masculinity, I was like, oh, okay, so they're not bad for that. That now I understand. Okay, I understand. They got this lizard part of their brain that wants to feel protected. So you need to have these dark triad traits so that they know that you wouldn't use them as a meat shield if somebody was shooting a gun at you. I understand that now. I get it. I understand why they act that way. I understand why they're attracted to the jerk, why they're attracted to the jock, why they look at nice guys the way they do. And I understand that. I understand that. And I understand it doesn't matter how fat she is. She's still attracted to the same type of guy that the skinny women are attracted to. I understand that. And you know what? I don't hate them for it. But at one point, when I used to be on this side of the room, I did used to have a certain level of disgust and hatred towards women because I came from this little soft, putty side of the room where they're going like, I'm not motivated by you calling me a piece of shit. That doesn't motivate me. Nothing motivates you then. Because if you had the same motivation as Myron, as Coach Greg, as these guys right here, as anybody on right here, if he had the same motivation as Myron, he wouldn't look like that. If he had the same motivation as this guy, he wouldn't look like that. If he had the same motivation as this guy, he would not look like that. If he had the same motivation of this guy, he would not look like that. One side of the room is obese. The other side of the room is fit. Which one do you want to be? Do you want to be fat? Huh? Do you want to live in delusion? Do you want to tell yourselves a bunch of lies? Do you want to not hold yourself accountable? So that means that by default, if you don't hold yourself accountable, that means you're going to hold other people accountable. Ta-da! Yeah, it's a spectrum too. If you don't hold yourself accountable, by default, like the opposite ends of a magnet, you must hold other people accountable. If you think the world is horrible, your default programming is that people makes the world horrible. No, if you are a masculine man who has a healthy level of testosterone, right? If you are a masculine man, another man calling you a piece of crap, women rejecting you, all of those should be healthy motivation for you to get in shape, for you to hold yourself accountable, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and make a change for the better. If you're a healthy man with testosterone. If you're not a healthy man and you absolutely have no testosterone, this guy, he's all right because he's working on it. This guy, he knows that this is bad. He knows all that fat is bad for him. That's why he lost a lot of weight already. He's becoming more masculine. He won't be on this side of the room too long. Eventually, he's going to be on this side of the room. But if you don't got no testosterone, right? If you a little soft pudding, nothing is going to make you change. Do you know how easy it was for me to stay obese for most of my 20s? It was very easy because I did not have no motivation. The only thing that I had was the idea that if I got into shape, women would accept me more. That's the only motivation I had. And that's very poor motivation. Again, it wasn't until I found the Manosphere red pill content and that I got exposure to these are what real men are. These are real men views and stuff like that. This is how real men see the world. It wasn't until I got to that point did I go like, the motivation took root. When I see guys like Myron yell on the screen, there's no reason for you to be fat. You control every morsel of food that goes into your mouth. You're a piece of crap and stuff like that. When he's yelling stuff like that, when Coach Greg is going like, why do you hate yourself so much? Why do you hate yourself so much that you want to be obese and stuff like that? You're hurting yourself and you're making others around you feel bad and stuff like that. When these people say stuff like that, it now takes root in my soul because I am more masculine. I am not like these people over here. I am trying to build myself up to be people over here. It works now. That's why I'm in the gym. I built a whole home gym in my living room. I'm on a diet. I am losing the weight. I know it doesn't reflect that all the time in my scale. And yes, I do have setbacks and stuff like that. But that's because I'm still building myself up. I'm still overcoming some negative things about myself. I'm still trying to learn how to control myself emotionally and be more stoic. Okay? I'm still learning. I'm still building myself, okay? I did not used to be this way. I've only started turning this way. I only started this journey like 2 or 3 years ago. Okay? I only started this journey like 2 or 3 years ago. And mostly I was just listening to things until it started taking root. Until I really started looking at myself. And that's when I started making the change. Okay? You can't be like these guys and think like them. You're not going to change. That's why these guys are fat. This guy, he used to be way bigger. He's on this side of the room, but he belongs on this side of the room. He's thinking a whole lot different. You can't be this dude. This dude is a giant. He's a male model. He's telling you crap that works for him. Everything that worked for him is not going to work for regular dudes like this. This dude is short. This dude is not a male model. He does not have a little pretty boy face. He's balding and stuff like that. This dude is gay. This dude cannot attract women. This guy, he has to deal with other men of his caliber. Anyway, I was doing a response to this video for like 4.5 hours. I'm tired. That's how much I've been talking. I'm actually tired from talking. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the video there. I don't really need to respond to the rest of it. You see where I come from. You see where my mind is. I want people to live in reality. I want people to understand there's different levels of respect. You cannot expect people to revere you like they would revere somebody that they hold with high esteem. But you still should give people a certain level of respect. You also need to understand humanity. You need to understand both our flaws and our strength if you really want to be pro-human. If you really want to be a functional member of society, you can't give into like these weak mindsets. You have to like kind of grow above it. And also you have to understand there's a difference. There's a difference between adults. There's a difference between children. There's a difference between men and women. If you want to say these differences don't exist, you're basically a predator in the making. You're a predator and a degenerate in the making. These differences exist, okay? A child is a child, an adult is an adult. A child, and because a child is a child, that means a child cannot give you consent. To say that there's no difference between a child and an adult means that you're basically saying a child can give consent to an adult. So you're basically just trying to justify how you're later going to become like a pedo. That's what you're doing. You can't say men and women are the same. Men and women are not the same. We have the same inherent society value because we're humans, but we are not the same. To suggest otherwise is asinine. We as men are expected to protect society, to build society up, to maintain the infrastructure, and to keep pushing society forward. And women do not have that same expectations. That's why women do not occupy most of the infrastructure job. 95% of the infrastructure jobs are males, and it's males for a reason. Maintaining the infrastructure, building up the infrastructure, expanding the infrastructure, maintaining society, that is a man's job. To say otherwise creates absolute freaking havoc. Men are expected to protect. Women are expected to give birth. To say otherwise is complete havoc, and you're disrupting the sanctity of our society. You're completely disrupting the peace of the society. If you respect society, you would not say these things. If you respect humanity, you would not say these things. I think it's better to accept humanity than to accept degenerate ideology. And once you do this, you are able to heal yourself as a human being. You are able to fix your brain. And once you are able to fix your brain, you can function normally as a human being. I'm not going to dislike or hate or have contempt towards women because of what they are attracted to. In fact, I respect what they are attracted to, and I wish to make myself live up to the image that they are attracted to. They want a strong masculine man, and that's what I want to be. See, I can function normal as a human being thanks to the acceptance of humanity rather than the acceptance of some fringe ideology. By being able to respect the differences, I am able to live an existence that's non-predatory. I see differences, and I'm able to respect those differences. You cannot respect differences if you refuse to acknowledge that there is a difference. So let's end this mind virus. Please come with me on this path. Please come into reality. Join me on the path of true human healing. We can walk this path together. It's not an easy path. I'll let you know that right now. It's not an easy path. But I'll let you know right now, this path protects you from the degeneracy. This path corrects you from becoming a monster. This path corrects you from becoming like an absolute black pill, pessimistic, depressed individual. Because if you truly accept people for what they are and you accept humanity, and in fact you love and embrace humanity, how can you be mad at the world? How can you look at even the negative things that humans are doing and have hatred towards your fellow man for what some people are doing? You can't. I am not the insane one. The insane one are the people who will sit there and tell you lies. They will tell you you can be whatever you want to be. They will tell you that there is no shame. They will look at you and with a smile tell you things that are going to be so self-destructive towards the harmony of society. Well, I'll end it there. This has truly been a pre-workout rant. Definitely can't call this a chat, but this is my first little reaction video. This is what set me off yesterday, so I just wanted to like fully go into details about this video. Whoo, uploading this is going to be crazy. Anyway, that's it for the day. Thank you if you made it this far in the video and you've listened to me rant on. You are a rare person, and I thank you. Stay on the path.